Nigeria beating Leone yesterday and Zambia on match day one. Rwanda beating Zambia yesterday and Leone on match day one, getting them all out for the tournament's lowest at 47. Familiar side, Rwanda losing to Nigeria in the finals of the last edition of the West African Trophy. Today coming up against a very formidable side, a side that they are familiar about, yet to beat in the last 4 meetings. Looking for that very first much needed victory against this Nigeria side. Many more matches to go in this round robin tournament. But a win today could see one of the teams go on top with the maximum points. Rwanda won the toss and elected to field first, sending in Nigerians batting pair Suleiman Runsewe and Salim Salau. Zapi bowler on top form. Currently with 5 wickets to his name. Zapi will look to start from the city gate end. It's the first ball of the tournament. Zapi running in. Shot on good length. Rusewe had to react. First ball. Defensive stroke. Puts it outside of off. Suleiman Rusewe pulls it to the leg side. Into the deep for a very quick 4. First boundary of the tournament. First boundary of the match for Rusewe. It's 4 runs off the second ball. Nigeria kick the board off and kick it very fast. This time, edge of the bat misses the gloves of the wicketkeeper too high. No fielder on the fine leg region, and the ball travels all the way behind the wicketkeeper for 4 consecutive boundaries for Nigeria. Quick start. Zapi on his toes now. Twice he's gone off the stumps and twice been punished. Ryan looked to come onto the stumps this time around as the first ball elbowed. So Suleiman Rusewe off a defensive stroke. Both times he decided to go outside of off. He has been sent to the boundary. One towards the deep mid-wicket and the other at fine leg region. Zapi will he come to attack the stumps for the 4th time. Definitely does attack the stumps this time around. Suleiman couldn't make contact, but the ball was not threatening the wickets. Umpire decides so. Will need to stay on that line if he wants to keep the economy low. It's considered 8 runs so far. The most is considered in an opening over. Since picking up the ball since the first inning, it's not considered up to 10 runs in an over. Seems to be doing so now. Slightly outside off, Suleiman looks to take a single. Salim Salau disagrees. Was back in time to nullify a run out. Orche with a very quick pickup and throw to the stumps. Very fast, pacey fielding. Last ball of the opening over. Swings in, swings towards the stumps. A dot ball to end the over. It's 8 on the board for no wickets lost. First time Zappi failed to pick up a wicket in the first over in this tournament. It's been really good. Rwanda have a lot of players with experience. The likes of Zappi, Nadil, Hamza, Didi, and even Daniel won the T20 League in Rwanda playing for challenges. It's one of the reasons why they're on top form for this tournament. A lot of competition has given the team a lot of advantage. Suleiman Rusenwe also playing in the domestic league that was recently concluded, finishing runner-up here in Abuja, the NCF Cricket Oval. Salim Salah also competing in the Edo State Cricket League. Ignance, first ball, swings outside to the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Ignance been on top form. He's been very, very minimal with extras, not bowling too many extras like he used to. It's great seeing the boy, the young lad, the young chap, with so much improvement in such a short time. Same line, same lead, different reaction, but same results. No contact with the ball. The ball ends up in the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Salim Salah stays on strike, still yet to take the board. With the total 8 runs coming from the over of Zappi. Goes outside, this time 2 outs. Umpire signals a wide. Standing umpire Abi Benesi signals for a wild ball. The first extra in this inning. And Ignance, the young chap, gives that away. One more run on the board with very little to do to get that. It's 9 after 2 balls bowled in the second over. Ignance coming, this time for a proper Lego delivery. Same result, bowls it low. This time the keeper couldn't get the first hand catch on it. Just redirects off the pads of the wicket keeper, and Salim Salah takes a quick single with Byron, sends Suleiman on strike. Both teams with everything to fight for, as well as bragging rights. Reason for the delay, there's a white display board which the batter notifies the umpire that might affect his sight. This is a white ball tournament, and as such, that has to be appropriately dealt with. The board is being ordered to lay down so as not to obstruct the vision of the batter, putting his full sight on the ball. And now umpire confirms the play can resume. Ignance will come and bowl the 4th ball of this over. Cuts it behind, cuts it towards third man. A quick single. Suleiman very in a hurry to take his second run. That couldn't happen. As Nadil, the third man fielder, returns the ball very quickly back to the wicketkeeper. Salim Salah immediately back on strike after one ball. This time around, mixed contact with the ball, sends it towards the third man region, back of the bat. And Suleiman is back on strike for the second time. Ignace will look to bowl. The fair enough ball of this over. Hasn't really attacked the Storms all day. 5 balls are all outside of the wicket. This time around comes to the wicket, but definitely at the leg side. Suleiman flicks that ball. 2 short fine leg. A quick single. Suleiman will stay on strike. Zafi coming again from the city gate end. Suleiman started the over against him, the game against him, and he will face the third over starting off against Zapi again. Zapi will look to attack the Storm, seeing how much of a difficulty that was for Suleiman Rousseau to do it. Suleiman, on the other hand, has not really, is yet to take 2 quick boundaries. Both balls not threatening the wickets. Rwanda will need to understand the Storms is what they should come for. Swinged in, a 4 defensive stroke. The gap between the fielders and the ball was enough for Nigeria to steal a quick single. Salim Salah will stay on strike despite a run-out attempt with a direct hit. We wait for the umpire to rearrange the stumps after the run-out attempts, so play can resume. A request for the middle stump stand. Request has been granted, and Salim Salah takes his stance. And Zapi comes in for the second ball of this over. Outside of off, and just narrowly outside, not reaching the wide region for the umpire score. A dot ball. Suleiman trying to get Salim Salah, trying to make contact to cut that ball into the gap. Let reaction from the batter. Salah has really struggled with making contact. Definitely, we need to play with the back foot more. No movement of the feet, just stretch. And that sees another ball dot. Zapi understands the assignment, understands, is seeing the batter's strengths and the batter's weaknesses, putting the ball on the wicket for Suleiman Rousseau and outside off for Salim Salah, who is yet to play a ball in this over. Still on strike is Salim Salah, 3 balls gone. 1 run so far in this over. Zapi looking for first wicket, quick one. Puts it outside off, this time makes contact and plays it high and above the fielders in the inner ring. It's the third boundary. Very good start for Salim Salah, taking, joining Rousseau Suleiman and finding the boundary. Zavi swing the ball in just at the right spot for Salim Salah to make contact. Does he go outside of this time? This comes for the stumps. A hiccup and Salim Salah's movement with an initial attempt to drive, but his swing brought about a late defensive stroke. And that does the fifth ball. One more ball to end the third over. Doesn't come for this time. Salim Salah will play straight, but plays into the air. The ball ends in the glove of the wicket keeper. That ends the third over. It's 18 on the board for no wickets lost. Punched hard, but couldn't go beyond Daniel Gumisenge. Full end from Ignance. Suleiman Ruzewe on strike, the captain of the Nigerian side. Goes across, sends the ball in the air, and into the arms of Israel Mushiga. Suleiman Rusevi walks back to the stand for 11 of 9. Short length to try to pull across. Just not having the right contact, edges the ball sky high and into the arms of the awaiting keeper, Israel Mugisha. Israel is the man who is behind the stumps today, as DDA has been rested. And he's rewarded that fate, being given the wicket-keeping gloves. And he's gotten a catch behind the stumps, caught behind, I'll call it, first wicket for Rwanda. Zappi's always been the one doing the honors, getting the first wicket, taking off the fall of wickets for the side. And now Ignance has complemented that. Look at that ball again. Pitch very short, going outside of off. Suleiman trying to send the ball to the leg region. We saw Nigeria really struggle with that ball, playing majority of the boundaries, scoring majority of their boundaries against Sierra Leone on the leg side. Rwanda putting the ball majorly on the right side. Should have gone to the outfield region of the on the offside, decided to play to the leg, and that cost Nigeria a very early wicket. Ajakun Daniel coming in, one down. Comes full for Ajakun Daniel. Nigerian batters yet to build an opening partnership beyond the power play. Defends on the back foot, tries to play it into the gap. Orchid as agile as ever. Very active on that point. Ignance coming in from the house on the rock end with 3 more balls in this over. took it outside of the ball that got Suleiman Rusewi out. And there's both 3 consecutive balls to the stumps. The left-hander giving Ajikun Daniel a very difficult time to take off the board. 0 of 3 balls faced for Ajikun Daniel. Salim Salah stays off strike for now. Pays off, take it outside of the wicket. Allowed appeal. Rwanda believe that Ajikun Daniel edged that ball to the back. They believe there was a cut behind. The umpire does not give it, and play resumes. The ball takes it outside of off. Ajikun Daniel with a big swing. Certainly there was no contact, and the umpire affirms that Rwanda will continue. And this time around, Nadir Mohammed coming from the City Gate end for the first time. He's pulled all his overs coming from the House of the Rock end. And now he's coming in our head. Quick field setting. A deep wicket brought in for Mohamed Nadir. Salim Salah on strike. Plays on the back foot, plays it towards point. A quick fit of Ajikun Daniel. 1 more run on the ball for Nigeria. Over 400 dot balls in this tournament. .404 balls have been dotted so far. Take this one to it, and that takes it for 405. Bowling efficiency. 2 of the stumps. Daniel Ajekun could do very little as that ball put him in a very uncomfortable position. Balls to the leg. Ajekun Daniel tries to flick it. But Hamza Khan very, very well stationed at the short fine leg. And Ajekun Daniel will yet to take the board. 2 more balls. Wanting to run, wanting to turn that ball into a leg by. Doesn't succeed. That's another dot ball, 4 consecutive dots. Ayakun goes into double figure of balls faced, but he's still yet to take off the ball for Nigeria. That early wicket of Suleiman Rusewi has kept both batters on their toes and required patience. Ignance will come back for his third over. Ignance got a very important wicket, that of the captain, Suleiman Rusewe, who knew straight away that he was going out, seeing that ball travel in the air, hanging just up there. Salim Salah, no choice but to react, almost getting out. Ignance has been on fire, he's picking up the ball to bowl. On the past couple of moments, he's really worked hard getting his line and length right, moving the ball away from the right-hander batters, sorry. He's known when and who to bowl the right balls to. Gets a second wicket, a very much needed wicket, Salim Salah. For the second time, for the third time, we've seen both opening pairs for the Nigerian side go out in quick succession. The second wicket. You know, Ignance is really built up on the experience. He got experience playing in the ex-tournament in Uganda earlier this year. He played with the likes of Ugandan national team players, and I'm sure that exposure is part of the reason why he's giving this level of performances. Picked up very important wickets against the Nigerian side that they have struggled to beat on the international level. Losing to them in the finals in the previous edition after failing to beat them in the round-robin stage 3 different times, 3 consecutive matches. Losing 4 in a row, this win will mean a lot to the confidence of the Rwandan players. Danladi Isaac, the new battle in, another right-hander facing a little left hand of Ignance Interregania. Nigerian batting order hasn't changed. Still in the same order they've always come in. Suleiman Salah start off the game. Ajay Kundania 1 down. Danladi Isaac 2 down. If they continue in that order, we expect to see Sylvester Okwe come in. Comes full, driven towards mid-off. Zappi was fast, but not fast enough to instigate the run out, and Nigeria will settle for 1 run. Danladi Isaac ticks off the board before Ajay Kundane, who has been there before him, faced 10 balls already and see yet to get himself a run on the board. Danladi Isaac has 1 of 1 with 100% strike rate. Nigeria haven't really done much with the bat since getting 18 of the first 3 overs. This is the 6th over. And they've only managed to add 3 more runs to that. Ayekundane finally getting a run on the board for himself and for the team. Danladi back on strike just after 1 ball. Comes very full. Danladi just has his bat in front of the ball. The pace of the ball enabled the ball travel in the knob gap, seeing the fast legs of Danladi Isaac And Adekun Daniel had one more run. It's 22 after 5.5. Final ball of the power play. Ignance on fire with 2 wickets in the last in 1.2 overs. Yoka Adekun Daniel could do very little in dealing with that ball. He's faced a dozen balls already with just one on the board. And Nigeria end the power play with 22 on the board for 2 wickets lost. Danladi Isaac coming face to face against Mohamed Nadir, who's bowling the second over. Googly's in. Almost edging that ball into the gloves, into the safe hands of Clinton, who is on first slip. Sam bowls a leg break, plays big, but couldn't reach to the boundary. Nigeria will settle for 2. It's 2 more runs. The runs have plummeted. With a very good start, having 18 of the first 3 overs, but couldn't do too well in the final 3 overs of the power play, adding just 4 more runs to that total. Got in 2 so far. Israel not taking any chances. Took off the bills as he felt Dana Diazi must have had his leg above his popping crease or outside his popping crease and wanted to get that run out, that stumped. Dana Diazi certainly been made to feel uncomfortable. Bowling in varieties, leg break, googlies. Dana Diazi does not know what ball comes next. It's been left in suspense. Ball pitch shot, but still left Dana Diazi in an uncomfortable position. Didn't deal too well with the ball. Ball couldn't travel in a safe distance, so still a quick single. Final ball of the 7th over. This time plays on the way of the back on the back foot, steps away, drives it down, cuts it down to the extra covers. We end the 7th over. Nigeria adding 3 more runs, taking a team total to 25 for 2 wickets lost. Mugisha Israel, the spin bowler, picks it up above the bowler, sends it all the way to long on. The expanded field setting should, in case Nigeria try and explore and look for the boundary, try to go big. Their fielders in place to catch that ball. Plays almost into the gap, but covers, picks up the ball within the 30-yard circle, but Nigeria complete a run in that process. Extra covers long on, long off, and a deep mid-wicket, deep square. Oscar Manishwe, the wicket keeper. Quick hands, I would say. Quick hands, I would call it. Very tempting ball. Ajakundane couldn't hit that ball too high, but certainly went above the bowler. Ignorance the field and long off, long on. Handled the ball properly. Daladi on strike. Last ball. Didn't make contacts. And that ends the 8th over. It's 29 runs on the board. 4 more runs in this over. 4 runs in this over. And Nigeria will settle for 29 after 2 wickets lost in 8 overs. Nadir come in for his third. The boundaries aren't coming. The singles do not seem to be coming either. Nigeria has really struggled with getting those singles. Ajay Kundane has been criticized for not getting into double figures. He's been on the pitch, not faced too many balls in the first 2 innings he's batted until today. He will look to try and stay there much, much longer. While doing so, he will need to start adding more runs. 3 of 18 balls, ODI score. Daniel will need to come back to the T20 format and start to score more runs. And he does that. Does he find the boundary? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Cuts it beyond the reach of the sleep. Extra covers. And Gully giving a chase. All was in vain. The back foot cuts it behind. A very lengthy chase. But none was fast enough to stop that ball from getting to the boundary. 4 runs in Nadir's over. 4 very important runs for Nigeria. Tries to cut it behind, but Orchid was well placed. And you go up to 35 for 2 wickets lost after 9 balls faced, after 9 overs completed. Ajekun Daniel on 9 of 21. Danladi Isaac on 7 of 11. Emily will be coming from the House of the Rock end. Look there, you will see the general manager, the GM of the Nigerian Cricket Federation, Mr. Emeka Igwilo. A very reputable name in the Nigerian Cricket Federation. It's gone all and out to make sure that every tournament gets the maximum preparation level, making sure that play starts at the appointed time and nothing lacks. Big shout out to Dapperbet as well, Dapperbet Sport Box. Goes to Danladi's leg, Danladi's strength, and Danladi sends that ball towards deep square leg. Field was definitely in place for that, a contingency plan that Rwanda are stuck with. Didn't find a boundary, but that certainly did find himself go off strike for Ajekun Daniel to come and face. Reverse sweep attempt. Couldn't go beyond the backward point, Hamza Khan. This time doesn't reverse it, but plays on the back foot, fine leg, rushes in, picks up the ball. One more run, and Ajekun Daniel, for the first time in this tournament, gets into double figures. Danladi Isaac on strike. Same ball, same result, different batter though. But Danladi Isaac now goes on strike, sends Ajekun Daniel on strike. Plays on the back foot, drive the ball real hard. Quick legs. Do they complete too? Yes, they do. Daniel the fielder at Longo. Just that ball was played into that angled space. Daniel Ajekun finally getting his rhythm. Not looking real nice. Ajekun Daniel becomes the third batter to go out today. The third time is going out. And this tournament, Nigeria's lost the wickets. Ajekun Daniel had to go out as the third wicket and the third consecutive match. Not really good. Ball pitching on the stumps, coming in. Was expecting the ball to go outside of the leg. Didn't expect that ball to come back in. And he has had to pay for that guess. A wicket drop, a third wicket. Nigeria losing another wicket in the first 10 overs. We're currently on a water break, as it's been a fall of wickets, and the 10 overs completed. We merely get in the wicket of the last ball is 40 runs on the board for 3 wickets. This is the lowest Nigeria has been able to put on the board since the beginning of the tournament. This was the first 4, second 4. Plays up, but behind this time was actually far out of the reach of the wicket keeper. Zappi sent to the boundary by Salim Salah, taking that ball off a stump. And this was the very first wicket, much to the disappointment of Suleiman Rusewi. Top end of the bat into gloves of the wicket keeper. An appeal for an LB which wasn't answered. This was the second wicket. Directly on the off stumps. No swing, just ball straight. Adekung's first boundary on this match, which aided him in getting into double figures for the first time. But he couldn't combat that slow ball from Emily. And Nigeria will have to pay that price, losing 3 wickets in the first 10 overs. Sylvester Okwe, just as we predicted, is the batter in. Danladi Isaac will be starting the 11th over on strike. So far, the Nigerian batters that are yet to go out, yet to be bowled out, is Okwe. After 2 overs, Okwe Isaac is batted in the last 2 innings and is yet to lose his wicket. Plays to the air, ball ends up in the gloves of the wicket keeper, Oscar Manishimwe. The leg break spinner bowls on the stump. Danladi plays towards the long off region. 1 run on the board for Nigeria. Sylvester Okwe on strike for the first time in this inning. Nigeria currently at their lowest after 10 overs. The Everly Calm plays behind towards deep square. Nadeo, the man at the deep square, with a wonderful, giving a very wonderful chase. Just 1-1 was accomplished, and Danladi Isaac is the man back on strike. There seems to be an issue with Mohamed Nadir. It doesn't look too good. A scene which has drawn the attention of the umpires. Is it good? Yes, he does. Yes, he is. Gives the thumbs up. Umpire goes back to his position, and now play will resume. Danladi Isaac has decided to play without helmet against the spin bowler. Gets that boundary, taking the total number of boundaries in this tournament to 100, with 77 of those being 4s and 23 being 6s. Danladi Isaac hits the 100th boundary in this tournament. Very huge 6. Very well calculated loft from Donald Isaac. Anticipated that turn, and soon as the ball came, he had his bat in place, sent it all the way into the dip. Israel being the unlucky man there, seeing Nigeria get the first maximum in his over. Still a very long way to go for Nigeria, currently on 49, sorry. Sylvester Okpe on strike for the last ball. Yeah, goes big himself. And doesn't find the boundary. Sylvester goes out very early. He plays the ball into the arms of Zappi, who was on long on. Hooks the ball, but couldn't hook it high enough. And Nigeria lose another wicket. This time, Sylvester goes out before Danladi Isaac. Not impressed with what he did there. Zappi not letting that ball out of his grip. It came directly to him and he handled it just the right way. Shaking his head, he makes way. Looking at a cricket shot in the tennis net. Vincent Adeoye, who was in high form, just couldn't get to the 50-run mark yesterday, but certainly boasted a personal best in T20I, 49 runs. That 11th over ended with a wicket for Israel. Another wicket for the spin bowlers. 40 now on the board for 4 wickets lost into the middle order of the Nigerian batters. Vincent Adewoye will need to replicate yesterday's form and even do better if Nigeria will want to put something competitive on the board today. Emily back. Danadi Isaac anticipating that turn. Didn't want a repeat of the ball that took out Ajikun Daniel. Vincent now on strike early. Will be facing Emily for the first time in this inning. Vincent goes big up the first ball, gets it. 4 runs. Goes down on one knee, takes the ball all the way to the deep. Off to a flying start for Vincent Adewoye. Sweeps it to the leg. Does it stop it? No. Back-to-back boundaries for Vincent. Vincent not wasting any time to get Nigerians or runs kicking. 8 runs since coming on strike. Both on the leg side, both successfully raced down to the boundary. Danladi feeling comfortable. Vincent Adewoye, hot form. Goes big. Vincent not slowing down. The ball comes, the ball goes. Plays on the front foot. Sends the ball out of the fence. Outside the fence, not just outside of the circle. Outside of the fence. Off to a flying start. 14 runs off the last 3 balls. The field set for those kind of boundaries, and Vincent has found the nook, found all those crannies, and is playing into them with the maximum going over long on. Emily, will he take it outside the stump? Yes, he does. But Vincent makes contact. This time doesn't beat Orchid, who was standing at deep mid-wicket. It goes outside of off, making it very, very impossible for Vincent to make the right amount of power contact he needed behind that ball. Danladi will be on strike for the last ball. Does he go big? Danladi would have stayed on strike, but decides to go on strike for the next over. Vincent Adewoye, going hurt, will stay off strike to start the 12th over. This was the first 4. Give a big chase, not to get to it. Vincent Adewoye coming in and going up a blaze as soon as he steps in. Goes for a second one, this time towards deep square. And there was very little the field that could do. Comfortably going for the maximum, taking that ball to the long on, outside of the fence, behind the scoreboard. And Nigeria get themselves a total of 66 after 4 wickets lost. Football trials seem to be ongoing. We have a tournament here, and as well as a tournament on the mini football pitch. Vincent Adewoye goes hurt. It goes hurt. Clinton Rubagumia looks to restore parity after seeing 18 runs being scored, seeing 16 runs being scored, and the last over he's taking the ball and try and cope on that. He's got a wicket off his first ball in the last game against Zambia. His only wicket in that match, but it was a very important one given it was his first over. Looks for the first wicket, doesn't get it, but gets Vincent on strike. Danladi will he come on strike? No, Danladi doesn't successfully get a second run. Vincent comes on strike against Clinton Rubagumia. Standing umpire Temitope Onikoyi, a seasoned umpire, already been on this stage before, was one of the standing umpires at the T20 World Cup Qualifier C on this ground last year. Punches the ball for a single. Vincent being very careful, understands the job at hand while trying to score runs. It is very vital you keep your wicket, and Vincent understood that assignment with that ball coming straight towards the off stump. And Vincent punching the ball to Isai, enough distance to steal a quick single, and they successfully do. Already on strike, comes to the off, didn't make enough contact, but certainly the ball was in the space for a quick one. Vincent on strike for the second time. 3 consecutive singles in Clinton Rubagumia's first over. Over going very good for Rwanda, and Nigeria looking to add more runs on the board in order to be able to give Rwanda a big chase. Bull shot, no contact. Hit it hard on the deck. with a lot of acceleration behind that ball. Vincent couldn't make contact in time, swung his bat late. Luckily, didn't edge it. 2 more balls to end the 13th over. Clinton to Vincent. Vincent makes contact. Does he find the boundary? No, he doesn't. Or feel that third man clips the edge of the bat, travels behind the wicketkeeper. Third man was set in place for that. And Vincent will settle for 1 run. Vincent with just 1 dot so far after such an explosive start. Sends Donald, who is on 100% strike rate, on strike. Shuffles out, doesn't make contact. Clinton wanting to make sure that he did not get contact with the ball, bowls it wide. Oh boy, for another ball, a second extra of this inning. The first by Ignance, the second coming from the skipper, Clinton. Stays this time around, clips his pads, and it's an over. Nigeria on the board having 71 after 13 overs, 4 wickets lost. Daladi Isaac on strike, Vincent Adewoye will come on strike now. Nadir coming from his favorite end, house on the rock, to Vincent. A little movement in the wrist, stretched out, make contact with that ball. Just couldn't play beyond Asai. On extra covers, on covers. Vincent wanted to go big and plays under the ball as the ball goes straight for the Bills. And early for another follow wicket for Nigeria. Vincent couldn't replicate yesterday's form. And that sees him go out. Danladi Isaac, for the first time, has witnessed 2 partnerships getting broken. Danladi will not go. Vincent Adewoye will not go out. And for some reason, Hussaini Prosper has been sent in ahead of Isaac Okwe. The first time this happened was against Zambia, where Hussaini came in before Isaac Okwe, given how fast the wickets were dropping. And now he's coming again as a contingency plan, just in case he replicates. Look at that wicket again. Vincent goes too low. Couldn't cover that ball in time with the bat and had to pay a cost as a result of that. Prosper was in the left-hand batter. Vincent has initiated. Prosper has caused an adjustment in the field setting to accommodate the left-hander And Adil will have to adjust the line he's bowling to. First ball and the maximum. Prosper going up strong yesterday. Started off with a maximum and starts off today as well with a maximum against Mohamed Nadir. Goes big above Daniel, who is in long gone. Much needed boundary. Prosper starting off like Vincent did. On the back foot. Danladi wanted to take a run, didn't succeed. 25 sixes so far in this tournament. Prosper Hosseini getting his fourth six of the tournament. Does he go big again? Nadir didn't anticipate a movement from Prosper Hosseini. That movement, I think, disrupted his line, and he had to get the ball. Prosper outside of leg standing, comes in, makes contact, sends it again this time for another maximum. Into double figures in 2 balls. High and on fire. Prosper Hosseini being an advantage left-hander, always has to anticipate that leg break to a right-hand batter as the ball goes to his off stump. Deciding to come around for a better line and length. Prosper still standing outside of his leg. Ooh, come in. One leg in. Makes contact. And another maximum. A triple six. It's put so much confusion in the hearts of the Rwandan spin bowlers. Nadir, one of the most efficient bowlers in this tournament, picking up a 4 in the first game, managing to pick up 1 more yesterday. I've seen himself being punished by another bowler, a fellow bowler, Prosper Hosseini. Over the years, Prosper has become really good with the bat. A return of Clinton, Ubagumi assists, Lanadi Isaac replaced the cap with an helmet. Danladi now on strike. Prosper with 18-4, getting close to the total runs of Danladi Isaac. And that too with very few out balls. 14 overs gone. It's 89 on the board for 5 wickets lost. Nigeria booming as we approach final 5 overs of this inning. Goes outside off, plays towards backward points, sends Prosper on strike. Clinton will need to take that ball outside off, similar to what Ignance was bowling earlier for Suleiman. Anything on the wicket Prosper Hosseini has shown he can deal with that. It remains to see if Prosper Hosseini will expect that and anticipate. Stand outside of leg again. Will step in. Shown that his dominant side is the leg side. His dominant shots are lofted shots to the leg side. Outside of off. Covers up. Tries to flick the ball. Didn't make contact. And definitely the umpire saw that ball as it made contact with the pads of Prosper Hosseini. Prosper definitely was expecting the ball to swing out, but the ball came straight towards the middle stump. Tried to flick that ball, didn't make contact with the bat, and has to pay for that decision. Isaac Okwe will be rested again as Kasha Isiaku is the man being sent in. Plenty more overs to play. Not wanting to risk losing the important wickets of Isaac Okwe. He will have to wait just in case there's a follow wicket. Look at that ball again. This is the sixth that Nadir got punished for. That's another one. This is the third six. And that was the wicket. An in-swing ball to the left-hander. Asia, my corrections. Asia is the man coming in for Prosper Hosseini. 6 wickets dropped so far. First batting inning for Asia. Danladi Isaac right now has been there as 3 partnership, 3 pairing has been ended abruptly by the efficient bowling of Rwanda. Takes it outside off. Couldn't drive the ball as the bat hit the ground. Hooking that shot midway. It couldn't travel too far, but enough space between the ball and the nearest fielder sees Asia goes off strike after his first ball. Danladi Isaac, 22 of 23, comes on strike. Plays it towards covers. Takes a quick single. Asia comes back on strike for the second time. The runs have plummeted since Prosper Hosseini went out. Vincent coming in, going big with a 4-4-6. And Prosper with a 6-6-6. We haven't seen any more boundaries since then. Asia is starting to build his comfort. Bottom end of the bat. As Asia steps away from the ball, couldn't make the right contact. Ball ends up in the grasp of the wicketkeeper. One more ball to end the 15th over. As we go into the final 5 overs of this inning, Clinton Rubagumia, a very good economy. 8 runs so far in 1.5 balls. Asia doesn't do anything and dots the last ball. It's 92 on the board for 6 wicket loss after 15 overs. Zappy for his third over. This time around, coming from the house of the wrong end. Danladi Isaac on strike, facing Zappy for the first time. Ball's full. Isaac doesn't make the right contact. Back of the bat. The ball goes behind towards Hamza Khan on short fine leg. 1 run. Asia comes on strike. Hasn't really found his rhythm. 1 run of the last 3 balls. Failing to make contact with the last 2 balls faced. Late reaction, double guessing from Asia, wanting to go with a stroke and then a back full defense. Neither of which made contact with the ball as the ball ends in the glove of the wicket keeper. Zappy not getting a wicket off that ball, but will make do with the dot ball. A run of the first, a dot of the second. Certainly not where Asia anticipated that ball to go to, but it takes him off strike, sends Danladi Isaac on strike, and that will do for now. Shuffles out and made contact at the first bounce. A blind run between 2 batters. Saw Asia and Danladi Isaac crash into each other, and Asia delaying Asia's run. Asia couldn't get to the non-striker's end in time, and Zappy, taking advantage of the opportunity, ran him out. And Nigeria lose another wicket. This time, it is their savior. The man who had held on the game, held it into the dying stages. Danladi Isaac. Asia not really happy with that. No one wants to get run out. Especially Danladi Isaac, currently not looking too good. As that collision between him and Asia seems to have left him in some discomfort. Made contact just before that bounce. And there was the collision. Asia not getting to the non-striker's end on time. And collision has left Isaac Danladi in a little bit of a discomfort. He will still have to get up and strike and pair with Isaac Okwe. Danladi back on his feet. Isaac Okwe, the non-striker's end, given that was where the run out happened. And now it will start off from the non-striker's end. Another wicket. A first wicket for Zappy's over. Definitely not accredited to him, but he was in his over and it will count to the team's total. Goes full, proper contact. They will settle for 1, and that one brings Isaac Okwe on strike. A lot of power behind that ball, but not into the gap. As long on was in the right place to intercept that attempt for a boundary. Daladi Isaac. This is the longest the young lab has stayed in the popping crease. Daladi is seeing another partnership broken. Isaac Okwe, who has been steady in sailing the ship for Nigeria, as he up until now had played not out. Certainly not looking good for Nigeria. The defending champions for a very low total, 8 wickets lost. A first wicket this time around for Zappi as he comes off the edge of the bat of Isaac Okwe into the safe hands of Oscar. Oscar has been very sharp behind the stumps today, picking up any loose deliveries, minimizing the buys. And it's Kenneth Boniface who comes in. Kenneth Boniface making his debut for the senior national team. He comes in for Eluchuku today and he's had to bat on his debut. A lot of pressure. Any more wickets falling now? Starts the 16th over. A sloppy fielding from Orchid says the ball traveled beyond him and give Kenneth and Danlade a chance to run, not once, but twice between the wickets. Remains off strike. Third over for Rubagumia. First ball, second ball, outside of off. Right contact. Orchid this time around holds onto the ball and gives Kenneth Boniface on strike. His first ball of the first tournament. Kenneth Boniface, who represented Nigeria under 19 at the World Cup qualifiers in Lagos. On home soil also, has been called up to the senior national team within a few months. Outside of, didn't make contact into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Danladi looking frustrated as he felt he should have gone with a much more better shot. That is courting it into the gap. Danladi, who was also previously represented Nigeria at under 19 level, part of the squad that went to the under 19 World Cup. On the back foot, tried to cut it, didn't find the gap. Orchid, very nice young chap. Two balls faced, 2 dots for Kenya, yet to take off, yet to score or run for the international side. Play straight, misses the ball as the ball was bowled outside of off. Clinton Rubagumia has found his line, has found his length, found Kenneth's weakness and is exploiting it. Clinton will anticipate Kenneth approaching outside of off and will try to put that ball on the wicket. Woody takes it outside, 2 out. It's an extra. Should have gone for the wicket. Kenneth Boniface. Very good with the ball on the back. Comes very full. Yoke length. Narrowly missing on the stumps. But hence the 17th over on the high. Nigeria just into 100. Haven't gone beyond the 100 mark. Getting just 4 runs in the 17th over. It's 100 on the board for 8 wickets lost. Kenneth Boniface and Danladi are the batters in the crease. But even looking out for you because I don't know when you enter the stadium, but if you get, I'm sure when you're coming in from that, if you saw West African trophy, yes. So just get that signboard is that West African, not the one that they put on the gate, that big banner. Where it was, that's just going to make the game match. But I was keeping an eye for you before, but game don't start, so I couldn't keep an eye for you. So. Both outside of off, driven down. Oh, Zappi couldn't get to that ball as there was enough time to get another run out in is over. Tanadi Isaac made a very, very loud call, almost running Kenneth Boniface out 4-0. 2 risky runs taken, successful as Zappi failed to hold on to the ball. Tanadi Isaac will need to start to open up now. The game is nearing its end. Nigeria have a very low score. 102 for a side that have been very, very confident with the bat lately. And that is the Rwandan side. Shuffles out. Didn't have to stretch out to make contact. Properly driven outside towards a full length drive. Zappi comes in, takes it outside of off. Danladi anticipated that ball. Waited patiently for the ball, plays it above covers, but the fast legs of Daniel, he was there, covered up for covers in time, covered up for covers, and stopped a potential boundary. Nigeria have struggled to find a boundary since Prosper Hosseini was bowled out. Went out for an LBW out, my corrections. And no boundary has come from the Nigeria batting order since. Danladi has stayed the longest for the Nigerian side. Daniel coming in just towards the end of the power play. Has been here since the 6th over. Kenneth Boniface on strike for the final ball of the 18th over. And he's going up against none other than the leader of Zappi. This time, he wants to get his run. Danladi Isaac wants to stay on strike for the next over. There wasn't enough space to run to. Danladi Isaac stays on strike for the 18th over. Kenneth Boniface will have to wait a little longer for his first international run. driven towards covers. And now Kenneth Boniface is on strike. Kenneth Boniface is really struggled against Clinton Rubagumia. Faced an overload of balls and is still yet to tick off. Wild ball is declared by the umpire. Kenneth could have done better connecting with those balls. Bagumia is going to maintain that line and that length until he is made to pay for it. And Kenneth has done very little to put him on the edge. Make contact. Does he find the boundary? What a way to start off. He doesn't find the boundary. Very fantastic stop. Daniel chasing that ball all the way from extra covers. From mid-wicket, my corrections. Chasing all the way from mid-wicket to that deep to prevent the boundary. And Kenneth will settle for 2 runs, kicking off his international runs for the senior national team side. Takes it out. Kenneth should have left that ball, make contact, let the ball go under the bat. And that is the reason there was no wild signal from the umpire. Clinton hasn't really been punished for going outside of off. That is where the Nigerian batters have really struggled. The majority of their boundaries and big shots going towards the long off region. Finally makes contact. Does he find the boundary? No, he doesn't. Was over the keeper. Goes behind, but there was the third man. Ignace dealt with that ball properly. This was the initial ball. Very good chase. Daniel with a very good chase there. And now Danladi Isaac is on strike for the last ball of the 19th over. Has his bat in place. And just as wanted, Danladi will start the final over of this inning on strike. If there's any time to open up, it is now. 110, 111 on the board for 8 wickets lost. Quite a low total for the Nigerian side against an efficient batting lineup of Rwanda as we've seen in the last 2 games. Nice stop there, nice stop. The left medium pace continues on the same line and length, taking the ball from over his wicket, outside of off for the right-hander batter. It's made it very difficult for them to deal with. Shuffles out, doesn't make contact, edges it. A big dive from Oscar. Just couldn't keep that ball in his grasp. Really isn't looking good for Danladi Isaac. That's the final over. The team needs that extra boost. Every single one counts. And so far, the balls have been dotted. Once the ramp, a dot ball comes straight for his pads. Expected the ball on the stumps. And the ball came just as the ball came, like a missile coming straight at him, just at the angle he wanted to bend from. Shuffles out. There was contact. Oscar couldn't hold on to it. Danladi is still on strike. Wanted to be on strike. Hasn't really utilized it since the beginning of this over. And Ignas, 3 balls, 3 dots. Goes big. Does he get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Just at the edge. Daniel could have done better if he was close to the ropes. Felt that ball was already crossed beyond the boundary initially. A first maximum for Danladi Isaac. With 2 more balls to go, Danladi stays on strike. Ignas finally has a taste of what a maximum feels like. Peaceful, trying to cut the ball, didn't make contact in the hands of the keeper. Ignas has been really good with keeping that ball outside of off. Coming from over the wicket as a left-hander to a right-hander batter, every ball seems like a swing. At the final ball of the first inning, just 117 on the board for Nigeria. Their lowest so far in the tournament. Plays on the back foot. Does he find the boundary? No, he doesn't. And they'll settle for 2. Nigeria couldn't get to the 120 run mark. A run shy of 120 balls. And in the first inning, Nigeria, who were sent in to bat first after Rwanda won the toss, only were able to register 119 after 8 wickets lost at the end of 20 overs. Danladi Isaac stayed up, coming in after 5.2 overs, managing to register 44 on the board for out of 42 balls faced, and his partnership with debutants Kenneth Boniface. We will take a break as we wait for the second innings to resume. Rwanda and Nigeria. Rwanda winning the toss and electing to field first, which seems to have paid off as they were able to restrict Nigeria to just 119 for the loss of wickets after completing all 20 overs. Prosper Oseni, the opening bowler of the Nigerian side, will look to continue his bowling spree. Picked up 7 wickets in total in this tournament. We will need to add to that. Made sure to pick a wicket in the first over of both matches. And now he's going to do that. He's going to start off against Hamza Khan, one of the most efficient batters in this tournament. The only batter one of the 2 batters to have played above 50. With both coming from yesterday, John Bangura, the second batter to have scored 50, but couldn't get his team to win against the defending champions. Now, top of the table clash between Rwanda and Nigeria, winners of the last edition versus the runner-ups of the last edition. Both teams with a score to settle. Nigeria with a point to prove, Rwanda with a score to settle. Couldn't beat Nigeria in their last 4 meetings. We seek to start doing that now. First ball, dot. Second ball, dot. Oseni Prosper off to a good start coming from the City Gate end. The runs now start. Oscar, the wicket keeper, was on strike. Oscar's coming for DDA. DDA was rested today. And Oscar, his replacement, wicket keeper batter, did well behind the sticks and ticks off the board after 3 balls. Hamza Khan on strike now. Hamza Khan off the mark. 1 run. Finding the same gap Oscar had found. Hamza Khan recognizes the later bowling of Oseni Prosper. It is too early, no pressure. 2 runs already. The required run rate might be high. But they're not after that at the moment. What they need to do is try and preserve the wickets. The moment those wickets start falling, the pressure starts to gradually shift onto the shoulders of Rwanda. Hamza Khan been stable so far. Looks to continue with that. No run of the last ball. 2 runs considered in the first over. Prosper Oseni, for the first time, didn't get a wicket off his first over. Same thing happened with Zappi, who had always picked up a wicket in the first over. Both opening bowlers for both teams have failed to pick up a wicket in the first over. Ishaku Okasha is coming on this time around from the House on the Rock end. He's been the one entrusted with stepping up for Peter Ahu, who is on the roster for Dubai Capitals at the T20I. Hence the reason for his absence in this big tournament. And Okasha Isiaku is the man who has been called in to step up in his place. Number 50 goes up against number 16. No power behind that shot. Kenneth Boniface uncovers, deals with it appropriately. Danadi Isaac with an attempt for a direct hit, interrupted by the bats, grinding bats of Hamza Khan, who was grinding into his crease at the non-striker's end. Manishimwe, Oscar, the batter, now on strike. Aims at the non-striker's end, but Manishimwe was already inside. Big throw from Salim Salah, straight to the stumps. The quick fiddle of Hamza and Oscar got the best of that run-out attempt. Slow start, but certainly no wickets dropped yet for Rwanda. Certainly not beating Sylvester Okwe at Gully. Shuffles out, Suleiman Ruseway didn't do that ball properly, didn't hold on to that bounce. As the shuffle from Hamza Khan had interrupted his vision. A run anyway, Oscar initiating that run. And it's one more run for Rwanda. Good bowling spell so far for Okasha Ishaku. Made his debut against Zambia and has been in the match squad in all 3 matches, including this one. And that is the end of the second over. It's 5 on the board with no wickets lost. Rwanda needing 115 of the next 108 balls. Nigeria would need to do more than just dot balls to restrict the Rwandan side. Prosper again, City Gate end. Balls and stays low, ball stays low. Hamza Khan with a big swing, didn't make contact. Eyes on the ball, anticipated the bounce, which never came. And the first ball of the third over starts off dot. Ignance for Rwanda, the left arm, getting 2 very vital wickets. The left arm of Prosper Hosseini will seek to do better than that. Prosper has really found that length putting it at an unplayable reach. Both outside of off with no extra covers. So much mind, so much guts it takes. This time both to the stumps and was punished. Hamza Khan not letting that ball hit him for the third time. Was pushed to the wall on 2 occasions and he had to push back. And he pushed back big. Sending that ball all the way into the deep for a maximum. Just outside of off. And was sent big to the leg region. A first maximum of the day for Rwanda. A first maximum for Hamza Khan. A big bounce, which Hamza Khan tries to feed off, couldn't beat Sylvester Okwe at the goalie fielding position. Minding you, that was the first maximum from Hamza Khan in this tournament. 8 boundaries so far, 7 of them have been fours. But the first maximum coming today and against none other than the defending champions. Kept that ball close with that shot. And Oscar, very fast, quick on his toes, completes a run. Goes off strike, Hamza comes on strike. Manishiwe, Oscar. Tries to flick kick, didn't get enough contact. Knee goes to Ajekun Daniel, and that ends the third over. 12 on the board for no wickets lost after 3 overs. For his second over, it's Prosper, it's Ishaku Okasha to Hamza Khan. First ball dot. The young lad with a very fast arm. Took a lot of important wickets in the under-19 World Cup qualifiers. Sad Nigeria didn't qualify and had to go back to Division 2 after not finishing in the top 3 on the table. One more run. Straight up on the pads. A loud appeal from the skipper. Put too much swing behind that ball as that ball was traveling outside of the leg. Okashi has been very consistent on that line and length. In swing, out swing balls. Very lovely outswing from the young lad. Looks like the more matches he plays, the more experience he builds up. Wasn't really too good as he considered a lot of runs in the first game. Second game, it looked better. And so far today, against the never dominant side with the ball, Rwanda is giving out just 3 runs in 2 overs. Just 1 run in this over for Rwanda. After 4 overs, it's 13 on the board for no wickets lost. 107 needed of the next 96 balls now. Sylvester Oki is the one coming in. The off-break spinner. But was just outside of off, properly dealt with by Hamza Khan. And he's been punished as Hamza Khan finds that guy, plays it beyond the reach of the field that covers. Sends it all the way to the boundary. Very little time behind that ball, and Hamza Khan stretched out, maximizing that effort. We look to bring it towards the stump now. Still outside of the stump, Hamza Khan to the leg side as he anticipated the ball towards the stumps. A dot ball for Oscar Manishimwe. Oscar trying to find the deep. Kenneth Boniface. Safe hands, I call him. Took a lot of catches at the under-19 African World Cup qualifiers. One of the reasons why I was called up to the national side, and he did not disappoint. A very big catch at the deep. Ball went low, but he went lower. Big catch. Much needed catch. Much needed wicket for Nigeria. Didn't fumble. Wicket sorted in the first 4 overs by the pace bowlers was eventually picked up by the spin bowling of Oakville Sylvester. If there's any wicket the Nigerian side will need, it is the wicket of Hamza Khan. A side will look to put Nigerian bowling side on the edge. A side who was best batter in the local leagues in Rwanda is certainly one to look out for in that popping crease. When you're the top batter in your league, the intensity is quite different from playing at an international. But the confidence and that vision, the understanding has to come doubled. Enough time behind the ball, but Isia was able to drive it towards long on. Tries to play on the back foot, late reaction. Safe hands from Suleiman roots away. 19 runs on the board now after 5 wickets for 1 wicket lost. After 5 overs for 1 wicket lost. Manishui Oscar had to make way after a very lovely catch from Kenneth Boniface. Isaac Okwe out for 1 ball. Went out after just facing 1 ball in the batting inning. Losing a streak of not out. It's the man to face, to come up against the experience of Isaac Okwe. Dealt with it properly. That bounce was huge. Made contact, redirecting the ball. Sylvester Okwe didn't stop the ball. Sloppy fielding. And they will settle for it when Hamza Khan now on strike for the first time in Isaac Okwe's over. Pounced the ball hard on the ground. Taladi Isaac having his fun with a big roll as he picked up that ball. There's still the final over of the power play. Isaac Okwe is the man. And just there with the ball are keeping Rwanda runs low. Back-to-back stops at the point for Taladi Isaac. Hamza seriously struggling to break past that gap. Since getting played for Sylvester Okwe in his previous over, every other ball has come directly to the stumps. Ball shot, not dealt with. It's another dot. This time the pickup by Sylvester Okwe. Final ball of the power play over. Four attempts, and none could successfully go past Isaac Danladi. It's 20 on the board. 1 wicket down after 6 overs completed. Power play is over, so Nigeria can now have not more than 5 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Sylvester hopefully comes again. He's picked up the only wicket. They will look to add more to it. Does he find the boundary? Yes, he does. Finds the boundary with a maximum. Hamza Khan on fire today. Getting himself a second maximum of today, and he's gotten both in this match. Prior to today, there was no maximum from Hamza Khan. Just finding the ground. This time, at shuffle to meet that ball. That was going outside of off. Sends it to the deep for a second time in this game. 6 more runs, much needed. As Rwanda are now needing 93 of 82 balls. On the back foot, Danladi Isaac is stuck on that point for Hamza Khan. Hamza Khan has failed to beat him 5 times in a row now. On the back foot, plays hard towards deep. 1 more run on the board. Isai on strike. Flicks it. They complete 1. No intention for a second. 29 runs climb onto the board after 1 wicket lost. Final ball for Sylvester Okwi. Played on the back foot, expecting a turn, which never came. Ends the 7th over with a dot. It's 29 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Rwanda will now be needing 91 in the next 78 balls. Asia Dibula driven down towards long off. 1 run for Rwanda. India decided to stick to the spin ball and attempts to run out. Says the ball missed the wicket and hits Isai on the ankle. It is the second time a run-out attempt has met a batter, with the first one coming against Lazana Lamin yesterday, where a run-out attempt by Salim Salau hits Lazana Lamin just below the rib cage. This time around, it is Sai who is on the receiving end of that pain as the ball comes in contact with his ankle, and he had to go down for a while. Rwanda still needing 89 of the next 76 balls. Joshua Asia, the bowler. Suleiman Rizewe appeals for an edge, which umpire doesn't believe was edged. It's clear as a day. In the view of the umpire did not hear nor see a nick in the bat. Good ball by Joshua Asia. A big dive chase, had to dive twice in quick successions to try and reach that ball, which was futile. A chance for Rwanda, and they add one more run to the board. Tanams are on strike. Kenneth, who picked up a very lovely catch earlier to get the first wicket of Rwanda, didn't really do too well in stopping that ball, and Rwanda will settle for one more run. Oscar, finally one more run to the board for Oscar, and then the 8 over on the high. It's 34 for one wicket loss for Rwanda. 86 needed of the next 72 balls. Vincent Adewoye is now the one giving the ball to Bobo. It's coming as their crisis elevating bowler. First game took 3 wickets of Zambia's. Didn't really bowl yesterday as Nigeria had the game under control. And now this game is very on a very even playing field. And Vincent's energy and technicality will be very much more welcomed. On the stumps, defended Dot. Within the gap, but there was an extra covers. 1 run. Hamza Khan comes on strike. Hits it hard. Just lands in front of Kenneth, who certainly will have caught that ball. It's a now on strike. Goes big. You say. They didn't find the boundary. His ball bounced inside. Within which Wise Kokwe, who then returns it to the wicketkeeper. Takes it outside of. Was punished. Does he get it? Nah, Sylvester chasing all the way from extra covers. All the way back there. Couldn't reach it. That ball gets to the boundary. 4 more runs. Farms the can. The batter currently on fire, looking to replicate yesterday's form. Races behind the keeper. The can will be looking to do better than yesterday. Yesterday, I had 54, 48 balls faced. Today, he is on 29 after 29 balls faced. 41 for the loss of 1 wicket after 9 overs for Rwanda. 79 needed of the next 66 balls. Okasha starts off the 10th over. Ball play towards extra covers. Aisha starts off the 10th over. Hamza on strike. Late reaction as that ball was already into his face before he played it. At that point, the ball couldn't come in contact with the middle of the bat except the end. It's the top end. Kenneth Boniface, the high flyer. Let's go, says the team. Two more balls on to water break. Beautiful. Hamza Khan struggles to beat Stanley Isaac. As the side struggles to beat Kenneth Boniface. It's time for water break. Big thank you to Dapperbet, Fireflies, Sport Balls, as well as Dream Catches for bringing this tournament to the open audience out there. Not everybody can get the chance to be here, but everyone has the chance to experience these hits, these matches. Stay tuned as we will be back after the water break. Comes the count after a big six there. They said that way got a taste of his own medicine. Playing back-to-back four before six. Going out rather too quickly. He couldn't replicate yesterday's form. He's coming in second over, by the way. And Isai, he is on strike. Both batters in double figures. 1 wicket dropped so far. This time in the first inning, Nigeria was 3 wickets down. Rwanda is doing better. Bowls full. Mits the ball at the right place before that bounce. Pushes for a single. Rwanda stood out, climbs to 53 after 11 overs. Current run rate is 4.82 with the required being 7.44. Rwanda will need 67 of the next 54 balls. Races all the way to Vincent Adewale at long gun. Asia coming in at the house on the rock end for a stalled over. A ball, a run. Hamza on strike. You do not want to do that against Ajeku Daniel. He's been very quick in attacking the ball. It's been inside the 30-yard. And yeah, that man doesn't really like to let a ball go past him. Plays on the back foot, hits hard, deep mid-wicket, slight Sylvester Okwe is there. Returns it to the wicket keeper, but a run was completed. It's a on strike. Shuffles out. Will that ball race to the boundary? Yes, it does. Kenneth went low. Kenneth Boniface went low to try and meet with that ball. Didn't go low enough in time. That ball goes beneath him. And races to the guy beating both covers, extra covers and long off, who had frantically chased after that ball. On the back foot, this time directly to extra covers. Partnership really building up for Hamza and Neo Mugabo Isai. A 42-run partnership. That is the end of the 12th over. 60 on the board for one. Rwanda are needing 60 runs of the next 48 balls. Rwanda with a score to settle Nigeria with a point to prove. So much at stake for both teams. As this game is just more than 2 points now. It's bragging rights. to send out away. Yet to pick up a wicket. Comes full, dealt with by his lovely front foot drive. Balls wide. Ball races all the way to the boundary. Asia fielding on leg. On third man, couldn't meet that ball as there was no fielder in fine leg. Suleiman with a big dive, but ball just kept stretching out of his reach. Leg by is the call. Goes outside off this time, but ball was played in the air. Sylvester chases. Does he get there? Yes, he does. Prevents another boundary. And Rwanda will settle for 2 runs. Goes to the leg side again, but this time there was a fielder there. Isai couldn't successfully flick it. Ajegun Daniels has been brought to short fine leg. Maximum expansion on the leg side with deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long gun. Ending that over with a dot. It's 66 on the board for 1 wicket lost still. 13 overs completed. 54 of the next 43. Game still very much in the grasp of Rwanda. One ball was remaining. And Bison comes back to bowl that ball. Ball's full. Driven towards long off. Salim Salah, the fielder there. And now the over ends properly. Isai into 20-run mark. 21 now. And the 49-run partnership between these two batters. Hamza Khan on 39 of 38. Isai on 21 of 27. And 67 on the board for just 1 wicket lost out of 13 overs. Rwanda needing 53 of the next 42 balls. Very tempting ball. Didn't make proper connection between ball and bat. Any other attempt will have seen Isai miss and lose another wicket for Rwanda. Very compact. Shuffles out, but doesn't beat Ajakun Daniel on covers. The shot's too strong for Daniel to handle at one pick. Ball beats him, but didn't travel too far. A run completed. Hamza now finally comes on strike. 50-run partnership. Hamza successfully taking a run off a ball going towards Danladi Isaac at point. Hasn't really been able to score a run off balls going into that direction, but now felt confident to steal a single, and they complete it. Issei back on strike almost as immediately as he is left. Last ball. Cheeky move by Issei. Couldn't actualize it, but that ends the 14th over. 69 on the board for just 1 wicket loss. 51 will be needed of the next 36 balls. Very, very achievable. Nigeria with a lot on their hands. They will need those wickets dropping. Something that Rwanda will not look to gift out. Mr. Adewoye will come on for another bowling over. Goes beyond the reach of covers, but long off was there in time. Isaac Ope with a good pickup and throw. 1 run completed. Hamza Khan off strike. Isai goes off. Isai comes on strike and Hamza off strike. One runs given so far by Vincent Adeboye. Isai with an attempt to scoop beyond the wicket keeper. Didn't accomplish that as the ball was coming outside of off. Too fast for any corrections to be made. Shuffled outside his wicket. Ball goes outside of off. No contact, no run, no wickets lost. Right now, Nigeria is playing under so much tension. They're looking to keep the runs as low as possible, as the required run rates keep going high, but it's still within the play of Rwanda. Between point and covers, towards Sylvester Okwe at extra covers. 1 more run for Nigeria, for Rwanda. Picking up the pace, required run rate currently now at 9.19 as we approach the last 5 overs of this game. Quick fit will not be enough at this point. Rwanda needs to start finding the boundary. And Hamza Khan trying to do that. Does he? No, he doesn't. In the 30-yard, in the hands of Danladi Isaac. Doesn't get to the 50-run mark today, but 41 is a very good score individually. Namzo's done his best, and someone else will need to step in and continue from where he stopped. Daniel is the man who will be coming in for him. You know what they say, better late than never. If there was anyone troubling Nigerian bowling and fielding setup, it was Hamza Khan. He is out. Big shoes for Daniel to fill. "49 of the next 31. Good recovery from Vincent Adewoye. He's gotten very much in their wicket. The ball was bowled and stayed low. Rwanda really struggling to add any more runs to the board as the game ends, approaches the later stages. Prosper Hussein he still has 2 more overs. Isaac Okwe, the man with the mantle to come on board, the 16th over of the game. Vincent completed his spell and ended it on a high note with a wicket, giving just 22 runs away. His side has been there, built a run of over 50 runs partnership with Hamza Khan. And now he will seek to build with Daniel Gumyesenge. A long on field set up. The extra cover is employed as well. Finally, board a bit Stanley the Isaac point. Good backup by fielder at the extra covers. A set up for catch. Rwanda has always managed to find the space, playing into the space. Haven't really tried to go big. The only person who's tried to go big so far has been Hamza Khan. And on his third attempt, his fourth attempt got caught out. That's put fears, I would say, into the heart of the remaining lineup. A big revenge, but Isaac Okwe, he was edged. He edged while batting in the first inning, edging into the gloves of Oscar. This time it's Daniel who goes out, edging the ball into none other than the quick Suleiman Rusewe. Weekends falling quick succession for Rwanda. A team that looked to have controlled this game. 119 runs is a chaseable target. 120 needed. Very realistic. But Nigeria making it very much of a task. Very lovely outswing from Isaac Okwe himself. Orchard coming in. Orchard really hasn't had much work to do since coming in the last 2 games. Rwanda still yet to lose beyond 3 wickets. We might get to see a new face on the popping crease for the first time in this match. Rwanda losing 3 wickets in the first game against Sierra Leone while chasing 47 with 48 needed to win. And then losing just 3 against Zambia. And they've lost 3 right now against Nigeria in the 16th over. The decision to field first seemed very, very lovely at the back of the head of Captain Clinton Rubagumia. And Nigeria fielding now is holding the game by the neck. Vincent Adeoye are long on or long off. Pairing with Sylvester Okwe are long on. 2 boundary fielders straight down. Quick one. Ajagun Daniel will hold on to the ball. 1 more run on the board for Rwanda. The required run is climbing up as the ball is reduced. Runs are not coming. 3 runs so far in this over with a wicket and a dot. Last ball of the 16th over. 46 needed right now. Orchard, will the big man step up? He tries, couldn't beat covers as he plays it between points and covers. Extra covers, Okasha Eshaku being very sharp. 45 needed of the next 24 balls. Nigeria giving Rwanda a very big scare, keeping their batters in check. Hamza Khan is out. Big mantle, big shirts being worn right now on the back, on the body of New Mugabu Isai. Prosper Hosseini back from his right end, the city gate end. Coming in to start the 17th over. Hasn't got a wicket yet. Currently the leading wicket taker on the bowling chart with 7. But still hasn't picked up a wicket in this game. Orchard, the man on strike. Hasn't really had to do much this entire tournament, but now he has big shoes to fill. Does he find the boundary? No, he doesn't. Towards deep mid-wicket, Kenneth Boniface, the man there. Very clean pick. Isai now on strike. Orchard really hasn't needed to contribute much off the bat, as Rwanda is always coming when Rwanda were at a winning position. And now they need more runs than balls left. Contributing 9 in the first game against Sierra Leone and 3 against Zambia. He will need to more than double that figures combined against Nigeria today. Pulls back, pulls hard. Does he find the boundary? Yes, he does. Ball on the off. Sends towards the leg side. Into the gap. 4 more runs for Isai. He's been giving big clothes and big shoes to fill. And he is building his feet. Shaping the clothes, shaping the outfit to shape the feet. He sent a boundary of Prosper's ball. Pitched the shot on good length. Ball slowed down before reaching his eye. And he dealt with it. Probably would have hooked it better. But boundary is a boundary. And it was much needed. 40 more runs. Goes on one knee. Slices it to the back. Third man Asia. At the right place. Returns the ball to the keeper. And Orchid comes back on strike. 2 more balls. Contact between ball and bat. Not too far out. 1 more run. The run's going down, but not going down fast enough, as the required run is currently sitting at 12. And for every dot ball, and every time an over is less than 12, the required run rate is going to go up. With the Nigerian bowling line, it is going to be difficult getting that figure. Prosper was in the last ball of the 17th over. Isai tries to go above covers. Big toe standing Salim Salau. Holds on to that ball. Cheeky celebration. It is worth it. A lot of power all absorbed into the arms, to the safe hands of Salim Salau. For the first time in this tournament, Rwanda will be losing 4 wickets. And no other is coming in than the person who decided to send them out to field first, the captain himself, Clinton Rubagumya. Goes down on one knee, trying to play that ball. Salim Salau, who has been very active in the covers region, jumped high, holding on tight to that ball. Rwanda looking on course for their first victory against Nigeria after the last 4 meetings, which proved unsuccessful. It seems they might lose another one. Game looking in the bag since the first inning for Rwanda. Nigeria put their hands in the bag and looking to take that game away from the hands of Rwanda. Orchid on strike for beginning of the 18th over. Nigeria lineup looking energized. Isaac Okwe, the man with the ball. Adjustments to the field. This time around, the fine leg has been employed. Isaac Okwe to Orchid. Dot ball. Rory currently going beyond 12. It's currently sitting at 12.67. If there's any time to step up right now, Orchid, it is now. Plays it up in the air. Is anybody getting there? Someone does get there. Kenneth Boniface, second catch today for the young man on his debut. Didn't do much with the bat. Finishing the game with Danladi Isaac. He's gotten 2 important catches for Nigeria. A side looking to make it 3 games in a row. A game all about the bragging rights. Nigeria will look to cement that. Crosses it all the way in the just outside of the 30-yard. Kenneth Boniface running all the way from fine leg towards that square leg region. A very, very, very vital catch. Emile, the new bowler in right now. The new battle in. Did his fair share with the ball. Emile getting the wickets of Ajekun Daniel in that first inning with that very fantastic LBW. And now he is going to come in. He's taking the wicket, but he has to keep his. If Rwanda want to have any chance of winning this game. Game still very much within their grasp. Required run is just 0.41 per over. 38 needed of the next 17 balls. On the back foot, Selim Salah on mid-wicket. Excellent backup by Ajakun Daniel in that attempt for a direct hit. One run for Emile. Clinton, Ubagumia, was very, very efficient with the ball, getting the wicket of Prosper Husseini. He is now on strike, and we face Isaac Okwe. Captain with a lot of work to do here. Plays into the air. Only sound of the ball was the contact with the wicketkeeper's glove. Much energy coming from the Nigerian bench. The boundaries have stopped coming since Hamza Khan went out. Plays on the back foot. Is that going to be a wicket? No, it is not. As that ball finds the gap. Asia with a very big throw to the wicketkeeper. 2 runs completed. Clinton stays on strike. Required run rates keeps going up. 14.80 with 35 being the requirements now for Rwanda. Looked in control early on in the first 10 overs, first 12, first 13 overs. Rwanda same thing control. Now it's going out full length, outside of off, goes on one knee, goes down a little bit too late. And then to the 18th over, 35 needed of the next 12 balls. Prosper Hosseini coming from the city gate end for the 4th time today. As he picked up a wicket, Isaac Okwe has gotten 2 already. A deep square leg has been brought in for Orchard. Been brought into square leg. Prosper Hosseini. Bad idea. The deep square leg being brought in. And Orchard utilized the plane in between the gap of the fine leg and deep square leg. 4 more runs. 4 desperately needed runs for Rwanda. That it needed of the next 18 balls. outside of off. Orchard feels that ball should have been called a wide. Umpire disagrees. Well, there's been a lot of one inning to hit shots today from the Rwanda batting lineup against Prosper Hosseini. Goes full. Back edge of the bat. Goes towards third man. One more run. Clinton comes on. Pulls it on the ground. And Salim Salau there to cover up. One run. Clinton on strike. Orchard on strike. Open up, says the bench. Need to start looking for the boundary. Cuts it. Beyond the reach of Isaac Danladi at backward point. Saw no reason for that, but they decided to take two out of desperation. And that desperation came at a cost. Orchard going back to the pavilion. It's another wicket lost. Three new batters coming. Three new batters have to come in for Rwanda today. Clinton playing for the first time, batting. Emile batting also for the first time. And Israel Mugisha will have to come in also, picking up the bat. Sending last ball. Plays it in the air. Was above the wicket keeper with the third man giving a very big chase. Couldn't get to that ball in time. It's another boundary. Rwanda very, very, very desperate here. That's all they need right now are the boundaries. They cannot settle for between sticks anymore. It is the final over of this game. Will Nigeria continue their dominance, going 12 games unbeaten in the West African Trophy and unbeaten on this ground? Nigeria winning the first edition of the previous edition of the West African Trophy unbeaten, and also winning the African qualifiers on this ground unbeaten. We look to continue that streak. Isaac Okwe last over tries to scoop, couldn't scoop as that ball came very full, and that ball ends in a dot. Clinton still the batter in the popping crease. Not really done too much with the bat. This Nigeria bowling setup has not let him have any breathing space. Only place that bat made contact with was the ground. as that ball flies into the safe hands of Suleiman Rusewe, the captain of the Nigerian side. Good field setup, good bowling choice, kept their nerves even with a low score of 119 against the Rwandan side that has been very, very intentional with making contact with the balls. Goes for the maximum. Does he find it? Yes, he does. Stands tall and sends the ball above him. Asia being the man, Sylvester Okwe being the man, and I thought man could do nothing but watch in admiration and nerves. Up in the air, up and away. Israel desperate for a quick single. Late reaction from the captain, Bagumia Clinton, who score to not run cost them a wicket. Clinton's decision earlier for 2 runs had seen Orchid get run out. A decision this time not to take a run had caused Israel to lose his wickets. Many people coming in to bat right now. Nade being the 9th batter for Rwanda coming in after 7 wickets lost. Two more balls to go. Nade on the off strike. Wide ball says the umpire. 18 more runs needed of the last 2 balls. A wide ball taking that needed total now to 17. Are Rwanda want to do that? I do not know. But they will need to reduce that gap. Mugisha Israel on strike. 1 bounce. A maximum, says the umpire. Finally getting that scoop. Clinton getting that scoop. The captain since coming on late play as we are in the final ball of this inning. The boundaries should have been coming sooner. Nigeria has very little to worry about. Just bowl the next ball on the wicket. Doesn't matter if you get in for a maximum. Isaac Okoye bowled slow. 3 wins in 3 for Nigeria. 12 in 12. And this was 13 in 12 in 13. And the West African Cricket Trophy. Nigeria continuing their dominance against Rwanda, extending the streak to 5. Mohamed Nadir stayed off strike the entire game. Very much needed victory for Nigeria. Nigeria posting a staggering 119 on the board, which Rwanda only able to respond with 110. Quickly to run you through the scorecard, starting with the first inning, Danladi Isaac boasting the match highest of 44. Prosper Hussein, Vincent Adewoye, Suleiman Rusewe, and Ayekun Daniel all getting into double figures, but all below the 20-run mark. As Isaac Okoye was the only batter to go out in the first inning for 0 runs. Zappi picking up a wicket, Ignance on fire with 2 wickets. Nadil, Israel, and Emily, as well as Clinton, all picking up a wicket each. And in the second inning, Hamza lasted all the way up onto the Hamza staying up onto the 14th over before getting caught out. At 41 of 41 balls faced, Isai also looked to have held on to his team, did his best, was only able to post 30 runs, with Clinton being the next batter in double figures. Everyone else below the 10-run mark as Daniel Gumisengi went out for no runs scored, no runs added to the team. Nigeria with another win, going on top of the table and beating Rwanda, keeping them on second. Nigeria won the game by 9 runs. See you at the post-match presentation shortly. Welcome to the post-match presentation of the match between Rwanda and Nigeria here at the West African Cricket Trophy, Abuja. Rwanda won the toss, electing to bowl first, sending Nigeria, who put up a staggering 119 on the board, as Rwanda could only chase by 110. I would like to call on board the captain of Rwanda, Clinton Rubagumia. Clinton, you won the toss. You said it was your strategy to go in and bowl, doing very excellently well, keeping Nigeria below 120. Started the second innings. You guys seem like you had the game under control. Towards the end of the game, it looked like it slipped out of your hand. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I think they bowled well at the death there, and losing set batters was also not the right thing at that time for us.
You've lost more wickets today than you've done in your previous 2 matches, losing 3 wickets in 2 consecutive matches. And today you were eating deep into your 7th wicket. Does that give you a reason to go back to the drawing board, or you're just going to re-strategize and come up and perform better going forward?
No, it's still very early, my friend. It's still 2 more games against each team, so we'll see.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Thank you. And yeah, we'll call on board the captain of Nigeria, Suleiman Rosewe. Thank you, Skip. Batting was your strategy, like you said. This is the 3rd time you batting. Went in early fall of wickets. There was even Isaac Okpe, who hadn't gone out before in the tournament, went out after 1 ball. He came in with the ball. He did very magnificently. Could you say you guys came up with a little bit of technicality in the 2nd inning?
Kudos to the bowlers. They hit the right areas and the right length for the difficult length for the batsman to go out. So kudos to them.
Were there any lapses that you think would need to be worked on going forward into the tournament? I know it's still too early, but were there any lapses that you think that might need to be fixed on?
Yeah, definitely, we need to work more on our top order, myself and the other guys. So we need to step onto the runs mode so that we get good score on the board.
Thank you very much. And heading into presenting the Man of the Match award, will be presented by the head of department for FEED, that is the Federal Ministry for Youth and Sport Development, Mrs. Umbora Ikana. And the man of the match today will be none other than Daladi Isaac. Daladi, congratulations on your Man of the Match award. You're the first batter to win Man of the Match award today for your staggering performance. Coming in, you didn't find too many boundaries, but that 2 magnificent 6 you found helped the team build up a higher total, putting 44 runs on the board after 41. How do you feel about that performance?
Thank you very much, first of all, for the Man of the Match. You know, in cricket, you have to play to your own ability and your own capability to play and follow instruction more. So it's wrong for me to just stay and play out the over, and which I did, and I think it helped the team to put on the total of 120. I think that's not bad.
Thank you very much, Daladi Isaac. And that is it for the post-match presentation of the match between Nigeria and Rwanda. Stay tuned for the 2nd match today between Zambia and Sierra Leone. Thank you very much. Zambia won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Zambia off to a great start. Muhammad Imtiaz. Very quick single. Opening bowler for Sierra Leone, Shenoba. Both sides really desperate for a win. Lost the two opening games and we want to end the first round fixture with a win in the bag. Zambia again batting. Sierra Leone. Fantastic bowling. Wide call says the umpire. Deciding to open with Asim Mohammed today. Asim Mohammed keeps coming higher in the batting order. Currently at non-striker. Madly still on strike. Shenoba attacking the wicket, attacking the Storms very hard. Three runs so far, two off the bat, one extra, a wide. Sierra Leone, who finished third in the last edition, might start off third on the table with a victory today. Flicks it, wants to attempt a run, but the point reader was too close. End of the first over is 3 for no wickets lost after 1 over. Before the start of the second over, let us quickly take you to what happened at the middle. It's match 2 of match day 3 at the West African Cricket Trophy in Abuja. We have the game between Zambia and Sierra Leone. Captain of Zambia, Javid Patel, and captain of Sierra Leone, Lazana Lamin, as well as our match referee, Tony Timinadi. Zambia, you're the home team for today. You will be taking the toss for us. Heads the call.
Tail. You have it. Tail.
Tails it is. Javid Patel, come forward, please. You won the toss today. What are you electing to do first?
We like to bat first today.
Batting first today. You batted first the last time, and now you're batting first today. This time, looking for your first win. Do you feel confident and strong enough to win today's game?
Yeah, the wicket looked dry and hard, so maybe ball to come in good pace. We'll try to put up good score.
Thank you very much, Javid. Thank you. Lazana Lamil, we have your presence here, please. Yeah, still yet to win your first toss. You've been sent into ball. Was that what you wanted to do initially, or you guys will have to go back and re-strategize about this?
Initially, we wanted to bowl.
So that settled it, coming into bowl. Are we expecting any changes to the side that played yesterday? Any new faces coming in? Any new player playing today?
Yes, definitely. There is going to be one changes, which is...
Yeah, that was it from the middle with Zambia winning the toss and electing to bat first. Solomon Williams is coming from the House of the Rock end to bowl the second over. And this time, Asim Mohammed will be facing his first ball of the inning. Picks it from the offside to the leg, into the deep, all the way to the boundary for a 4. big start for Zambia. Big one for Asim Mohamed. A big responsibility and big shoes to fill for Asim Mohamed. Coming in as number 2, opening up battle with Madney. And he has started off on a good note with a 4 off the first ball faced, 2 balls faced so far. Samuel Williams taking that ball off the stump. We need to come to the stump. Comes for the stumps. Didn't stop the ball that was played back at him. Lets it pass. And Asim Mohamed goes off strike for Madney. One more run for Zambia. One of the most competitive sides, Zambia. I've had everything they've played on their tools, including Sierra Leone, after giving them a hard fight with the bat and the ball. And similarly giving Nigeria a scare in the first game. Goes off stump this time and is punished again. Asim Mohamed, who did it the first time, is back on strike to do it again. Should have kept that ball on the stumps like he did for the ball that took Asim Mohamed off strike. Took it off, and Mohamed picks it to the leg side, sending it to a boundary, 4-4. Didn't find the dip, found mid-off. Found mid-on Abbas Blah, the fielder there. Prevented any ball from getting to the boundary. It's the end of the second over. Good start for Zambia. 14 for no loss. Third over kicks off. Chinoba gain from the city gate end. Ball's outside of. I see Mohamed just trying to guide it. Didn't make contact. Ball is dead. See Mohamed made his match. He's made his match at the moment in Channel Bar. See Mohamed will try to make contact this time. Should it be outside of this time on the stumps? Narrowly missing the wicket, courtesy of the pad of the batter. Good start, officers. Good start. Starting to slow down. There was a lot of P for an edge, which the umpire confirms wasn't. You take a look at that ball again. Felt it was an edge. Or wasn't. It was the pads that got clips and not the bat. Shimame stays longer. Wanted to go big, could have edged. Not really missing out on that. Didn't disrupt the wicket keeper. 5 balls, 5 dots. We want to finish with a maiden. Asim Mohammed will be looking to not letting that feat actualize. And that ends the third over. 14 on the board, maiden over for Chernobyl. 14 on the board for no wickets lost. Cinema Wise. We will be bowling to Madney. A late pickup. Couldn't pick the ball in one clean pick. And that sees Zambia complete a quick run. They've really struggled with picking the ball at the first attempt. Sierra Leone, that is. It gave Rwanda a chance at taking quick singles and even double on most occasions. Wants to go big. A fielder there, no fielder, as the fielder that was previously on mid-on had been expanded to the mid-on region. The ball bouncing just outside of the 30-yard circle and a wicket spared. Madney on strike, couldn't score a run off that ball. bowled his choice, not minding where Madney was standing at. Madney trying to flick that ball, flicked it skywards towards the hand of this time around an infielder at square leg, and a quick wicket. A full length, couldn't find that height he wanted. Wanted to send that ball above Ibrahim Parker at square leg. 1 wicket down. Madney walks back to the pavilion disappointed. Both teams want the win. What remains is to see which team has the wits and the technicality to achieve that desperate first win of this edition of the West African Trophy. Wow. Solomon Williams goes outside of off this time. Two fielders attempting to stop the ball, none good, as the bounce was just before the reach of the fielder. Races all the way to the boundary. Quick boost for Zambia. Outside of off, dealt with, driven appropriately. Both fielders with an attempt that failed, and that ball raced all the way to 4. 4 more runs. All boundaries scored. And Solomon Williams over 2 in the first over, 1 now. And 1 more ball to come to the end of the 4th over. Decides to go big. Just outside of the 30-yard circle. Skipper Lazana Lame all the way at long off. Ends the 4th over. 1 more run on the ball, pushing the team's total to 21 after 1 wicket lost. Asim Mohammed and Musa Patel, Zaki Patel are the 2 batters still in the popping crease. Was very low, narrowly missing the off stump. Asim Mohammed anticipated something higher, didn't go low enough. That bat just swinged outside of the ball, swinging in. Abubakar Kamara, the big man, bowling weird varieties. The loss of 1 wicket. Asim Mohammed hasn't really explored going big since. Haven't scored a run off the bat in this over. The only run coming from a leg by, signaled by the umpire. Two more balls. Wants to swing, didn't make contact, ball made contact with the pad instead. Big 4 as there was no one outside of that 30-yard, a fine leg. Races all the way to the boundary, 4-4. Thank you, camera. Will be what the Zambian team is saying. Just flicks edge of the bat between the batter's leg, races all the way to the boundary. Just behind the wicketkeeper. Last ball, camera comes in. Wants to go big. Is there a fielder there? No fielder. As this time, Captain Azal Nami had come into the 30-yard and the ball just above his head, bouncing once to the boundary. And that's 4 more runs for Zambia. 30 runs after 5 overs is 1 wickets lost. Summer Williams with a 3rd consecutive over. Is he going to get punished? Yes, he is. At that lens, Asim Mohammed is going, Musa Patel is going to punish you. Quick pick. Good lens pitch. But that ball was in Zakis Musa Patel's region. Comes faster this time around, but it doesn't bother Zaki Musa Patel. Races all the way to the boundary. With no extra covers, that ball just goes over the field that covers. Races all the way to the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Zaki Patel. 40 runs already on the board. Attacks the off stump, and the batter attacks the ball in retaliation. This time doesn't go big. Takes himself off strike. 3 balls faced. With 11 runs of those 3 balls, Zaki can smile and leave a little bit of the ball should Asim Mohammed face all 3 balls left. 19 for Asim Mohammed, almost a 20. Asim Mohammed, who has previously played Solomon Williams in the first over for 2 consecutive boundaries. That is 2 fours. Just gave him a dot. Something to make the bowler feel like he is in control. That length should be maintained. Balls that have stayed low are being punished. Try to attack this time, shouldn't have, and has been punished. 2 sixes in this over for Zambia. 1 for Asim Mohammed and 1 for Zaki Musa Patel. Every time Solomon Williams has gone for the stumps, he has been punished. You do not attack the stumps of Zaki Musa Patel. So close, saw that swing, anticipated that swing coming, and dealt with it properly. Basbra had to admire the ball on 2 separate occasions. Final ball goes big. Does it get to the boundary? Yes, it does. Back-to-back sixes for Asim Mohammed. 3 sixes in this over. The decision to bring back Suleiman Williams for a third consecutive over seems to have backfired as Zambia made mill out of that over. 3 sixes plus a 4 and a single. You do not do that. Every boundary that Zambia has scored has been as a result of the Storms being attacked. Corrections should be made. End of the power play. It's 53 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. First ball dot. After such an high flying over, the charade Zambia seems to be putting up. It's either that or Kamara Abubakar has understood and has known where to put the ball. Like I said, do not go for the stumps. And Abubakar Kamara has done just that, bringing Asim Mohammed on strike after that quick run. Asim Mohammed seems to be on top form today. Hasn't scored a run in 2 innings batted. And the last 2 matches with 0 runs to his name. Comes into the opening, the batting lineup pairing with Madney. And somehow he's gotten into 31 in the power play overs. Cuts it. Is there a fielder there? Yes, there is. Fielder, third man. Solomon Williams himself. Giving out so many boundaries, stops the boundary. This time around, our third man. Zaki Patel comes on strike. Comes for the Storms but keeps it low. And that is why Zaki couldn't pick that ball up in the air. Take a quick single. That's 1 more run. Solomon Williams being scapegoated in his previous over. Kamara looks to have understood the height at which the batter plays and kept the ball either below that height or higher than the stumps. And he's doing just that. The batters have failed to properly connect with balls going over their wicket. Not too many runs have come as a result. All boundaries have come at a playable height with balls pitching on good lengths, just within the reach of the end of the bat of Zambia batters. Simame still on strike for 32 of 22. The last ball of Kamara's over. Kamara puts it at his region with Asim Mohammed playing that ball straight to Abbas Blah at square leg. Oh, couldn't keep up with that. Let the ball slip between his arms. Narrowly missing his face. And another boundary, a boundary that has been prevented so far by Kamara. Puts it in the leg with Kamara. Asim Mohammed sending that ball straight directly at Abuja, who didn't anticipate that ball fast enough, and it's a 4 more runs, 60 on the board after 7 overs for just 1 wicket lost. Azim Mohammed and Zaki Musa Patel are still on the pitch. End of the power play. Raymond Coker has finally come in to bowl. Extra covers, long on, long off, deep mid wicket as well as deep square leg. That is the most fielding position that has been employed in this tournament. There has been consistency with deploying the deep square. Looking for a catch. Puts it on the leg side, but far too leg. As the umpire signal for that ball is a wide. Zaki Musa Patel on strike. Puts it outside of off. The leg break spinner. Zaki deals with it appropriately. Takes 1 run. Sends Asim Mohammed on strike. Zim Mohammed, who is on fire, 36 of 23. Here's a strike against Raymond Coker. Yes, as anticipated, cuts that ball into the gap. Shenoba with a big chase, but still lagged behind and could only escort the ball to the boundary. 4 more runs for Asim Mohammed, taking his total to 40 and the team's total to 66. Waited patiently, saw the ball turn in, and had his bat at the right place and the right amount of force. Goes maximum. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Another maximum for Asim Mohammed. 46 on the board for Asim Mohammed. Sierra Leone getting punished. Zambia bringing out all the aggression from the first 2 games, having lost after putting up a fight, and they're pouring it all out on Sierra Leone in this innings. Javid Patel's decision to bat doesn't look like it was coming out of the place to put something competitive on the board, but to hammer as many runs as possible. 3 6s so far for Asim Mohammed with 4 boundaries, 4 fours. On the back foot, straight to Abbas Black, goes on strike for Zaki Patel, 47 for Asim Mohammed. A late change of mind, but Zaki Patel wanted to go big, Josted, and just had his bat in front of that ball. Last ball. A late turn, quick reflex, and then to the 8th over. It's the end of the 8th over, 73 on the board. Just 1 wicket. Strikes hard to the leg side. Asim Mohammed goes off strike. Patel 1 strike now. Bounces just before reaching the field out, covers Zakir Mohammed with a scare. Mohammed Churi. The left arm off break. Plays towards the fielder and the deep. Sends Asim Mohammed on strike. We've seen too many batters get close to that 50-run mark with on 2 occasions the 2 of them getting out. 2 batters so far succeeded in getting to that 50-run mark, one being John Bangura of Sierra Leone and the other being Azam Khan of Rwanda. Could Zambia get their own batter on that list? Vincent Adewoye narrowly getting there for Nigeria before getting out. A big dive, couldn't hold on to the ball. Second time there had been a fumble of a catch. Big survivor of a scare for Zaki Musa Patel. Flicks it to fine leg, wanted to take a run. Asim Mohammed, the batter, the non-striker, realizing he is coming to the danger end, decided he is not. And that call puts Asim Mohammed on strike to begin the 10th over. But after 9, it's 76 on the board for the loss of 1. Goes for a single, but that run puts him in the books of the batters to get into 50, with Asim Mohammed being the 3rd batter in this tournament and the first for Zambia to get into that 50-run mark. Been a while, they've been away. In his first international tournament. What a big lift off for Zambian cricket. Brought in the ball faster. But that's him wanting to go big. Wanted to go big, missed the glove, missed the bat, and that swing disrupted the view of the wicket keeper who couldn't hold on to the ball. Raced all the way towards the boundary, which was stopped, and that is 2 more runs on the board for Zambia. A bye called by the umpire. Asim Mohammed seems to be seeing the ball, wants to make contact, but that late turn is giving him a scare. Expects the ball to come towards the stumps, isn't coming. And now the next ball, Asim will look to stay outside of the wicket. But Raymond comes for the wicket. And that is the end of the 10th over. What a break is the call by the umpire. "80 runs on the board after 10 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. A wicket that Solomon Williams took and got punished for by the new batter that came in, Musa Patel. And he is still standing, Asim Mohammed. We'll take a break alongside the water break, and we'll be back as soon as play resumes. Play has resumed. Still 1 wicket loss. Mohamed Chire, the left arm off break for Sierra Leone. See Mohamed now back on strike for Zambia. 2 more balls to end the 11th over. A little bit of adjustment from Zaki Patel. That ball raced all the way to long off. 1 more run. As Mohamed ties and second highest individual score with John Bangura. Goes for the maximum. Does he find it? Yes, he does. Zaki Patel with another big one. Ending the 11th over on the high. It's 90 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Raymond Kuka, 4 is start over. Hasn't really been played. Asim Mohammed still trying to find that big shot against Raymond Kuka. Hasn't really clicked with it. Sends Zaki Patel on strike. This time around, there is contact with the ball. A quick single. Abubakar, the man with the pace from square leg to the fine leg region. Picks up the ball. One more run on the board. Asim Mohammed is back on strike. This time around, only two things can happen. Either I mix contact around and certainly gets that maximum. Maximum takes his total to 58. The new individual best. The highest individual score for any batter in this tournament. The previous one being 54 by Hamza Khan. Asim Mohammed has stopped that by 4, going as high as 58. Same length. This time around, brought it towards the leg, towards Asim Mohammed's comfort zone, and he sends it all the way to the boundaries. At the back of the bat, races all the way behind the bat with wicket keeper. 2 quick runs taken as it doesn't get all the way to the boundary. Mohammed still on track. That is 60 runs. That new individual best just keeps going higher and higher. Raymond Kuka hasn't really been played, but he's aided Asim Mohammed into getting that personal best. Outside of off, tries to take it to the leg side, couldn't succeed. There was no contact, and they will settle for 1 run. One more ball for Raymond Kuka. Zakir Patel leaving all the big shots to Asim Mohammed as he will settle for 1. He will start the 13th over, but right now the 12th over ends with 102 on the board for just 1 wicket lost. Mohamed Toure coming in for another over from the City Gate end. And I would not be talking about this inning alone as I have with me Amir Chazelle, one of the senior players of the CCA Cricket Club Abuja. Welcome on board, Amir. Your team just recently won the Millennium Premier League here at the CCA ground on the NCF Cricket Over. This ground you're very familiar with. What do you think has contributing to the high flying score of the Zambian batters.
Thank you very much for inviting in Combox, Peter.
Goes big, no success this time for Asim Mohammed. He will have to go out 460 trying to play that ball towards the square leg, towards the deep mid wicket.
The ball kept low and he tried to pull, didn't middle it, and ended up in the hand of the fielder. Well, he was going so well. 60, he just scored on 40 balls. And I think he was trying to accelerate since his 13 hour going. But unfortunately, he just played into the hands of the fielder.
Yes, I will have to agree. Asim might be going out, but he goes out with his head up high. 60 runs. Individually, that is something that the team will definitely need as a boost. He has done his own fair share, building up a very huge partnership with Zaki Patel. I mean, how do you see this game going forward from here?
Yeah, so far, 12.2 over 103. I must say that Zambia in total control of the game, but with their settled batsman just got out. Let's see how the new coming batsman and the batsman on the screen or on the crease already, how they're going to maintain this strike and the average. On the average, they are scoring the runs. So I'm expecting a big show today from Zambia.
It's been very difficult for any team chasing Rwanda. The only team that has successfully chased against Zambia and Leone failing to chase against Nigeria. No other team has come on to win in the second inning. Back foot drive towards long on. The captain himself, Javid Patel, the man on strike. Quick single sends Zaki on strike. Flicks it towards deep mid wicket. One more run. Javid Musa Patel comes on strike this time around. Less pressure on the Zambian batting lineup. Many overs and they're already in the 100 runs mark. Amir, this game, there's tension. Both teams definitely looking for a first win. And a first boundary for Javid Patel. Plays it over the batter. Over the bowler, I would say Mohamed Toure couldn't get his hands around that ball. And so many boundaries are pouring in this inning for Zambia.
I think the length Sierra Leonean bowlers are bowling is quite full. I remember in 6 hours they gave out 23 runs, bowling all full. Ball kept low and hit the ankle of the batsman, and the umpire raised his finger, didn't took his time, and the batsman Javed Patel on his way back to the pavilion.
Not a very good sight to behold after playing such a very lovely boundary. Think he couldn't keep his cool, let that ball come too close, made the decision late, and he will have to go out so soon, almost as soon as it's coming. Given the team the confidence they need.
I must say the spinners, they really pull things off, and they really made the things hard for the Zambian batsmen. The way they were going, it was looking something. By now, it should have been around 120, but they have really controlled the things, bowling wicket to wicket. And the good thing, which is playing in their favor, this end, the balls mostly kept low, and the bowlers are not trying to do much experiments rather than just keeping wicket to wicket, and that's the key.
Yeah, I agree with you, but the incoming batter, Zoib Chad, has been doing very, very well in combating balls, coming wicket to wicket. He has been Zambia's highest scoring batter in both matches, and now Asim Mohammed has gone out. He will look to do better with that figures, pairing up with the informed Zaki Patel. Zoe Chand is paired with him. It is going to be a very long day for Sierra Leone. The longer this pairing stays up, the more runs they will look to give out. Basbla coming from the House of the Rock end. Comes through this time around, was punished for bowling short yesterday, getting 2 wickets for bowling short against Nigeria, and was later punished by Vincent Adewoye, who would come in afterwards and was picking those short balls. Decided to come through, was only able to give out a single of the first ball. Zoeb Chand, the left-hander, comes on strike to face his first ball.
I think the wind is right now in favor of the batsman. A slightly full length, and it will go through over the commentary box. That's an advice to the bowler. Don't go full, please.
Very much needed advice to Sierra Leone. They really need to pick up that length, find that proper line and length. Solomon Williams, who had tried to be experimental, had been punished, giving out 4 boundaries in his third over. Comes for the pad, loud appeal, umpire nullifies it. That was a very good length.
The bowler is bowling very good on a very good pace, but I think the ball just bounced at the outer flag, so the umpire decided to give not out, or let's say a benefit doubt to the batsman.
Comes across his wicket, still couldn't make contact with that ball at close range, and the ball ends up in the gloves of the able John Bangura. A dot ball for Zaki Patel. And
I think Abbas is doing well. He has seen his teammates getting hit for big hits, bowling full pitch, so he pulled his length. Another
slow
good
down
ball.
ball, reduce the pace behind the ball, and there was not much the kid could do than to just play that ball towards covers, quick single, sends the left-hander Zoeb Chan back on strike.
Peter, don't you think the bowler should go round the wicket and bowl to the left hand and try to get him out LBW? As we have seen, it looks a bit weak on the legs.
As long as he keeps that ball on the left-hander's offside, then it is good. It is okay to come, still remain on his over. That first ball he had bowled to Chad definitely was on the leg. Chad on his day will have punished him for that, and that was excused. He's made corrections to that, put that ball on chance off, and just a run was sprouted from that. And now Zaki Musa is on strike. Having to change would not be too comfortable for him.
It's a good ball. It's a surprise bouncer. Abbas Bala just hit a surprise bouncer, and the batsman was shocked. He was uncomfortable to defend it, but somehow he just able to keep the ball low. I think keeper is appealing for a stump.
That brings us to the end of the 14th over. It's 113 on the board for 3 wickets lost. Zambia off to a flying start with a very big Asim Mohammed posting 60 runs for the team in their win a first international match after their comeback being away from international cricket for quite a long while. Looks like Lazana Lamir, the captain, will take up the ball for the first time in this match and come in and bowl, seeing almost all his bowlers get hit. He has decided to come in and try and use the high scoring prowess of Zambia. Sierra Leone haven't really been good with the bat or tournaments, trying very hard in their chase against Nigeria yesterday. The captain doesn't get that wicket. No, he doesn't. Bounces just in front of Solomon Williams. And they'll settle for one. Is scared there in that shot.
Zoeb tried to play a pull shot, didn't time it well, and it was bit short from the fielder who has tried his best to catch it up but couldn't reach. So the batsman easily took a single.
It's quite hot this afternoon. As I mean, you're very familiar with this ground. Would you say the current texture is in the batter or is in favor of the bowler?
In my opinion, you know, the weather is bit hot, but not that harsh. There is a wind, and I think so far the bowling team, I mean the fielding team, they are exhausting, and they are chasing the balls, and at the field when they come to bat, I think they will feel little bit, you know, difficulties to bat, but I think it shouldn't be, as they are all young boys. And
Balls from around towards the off of Zakir Patel, who makes good contact, pushing that ball to the fielder. Long gone. One more run for Zambia. No need to scare, no pressure. Still plenty of overs to play for and plenty of runs on the board.
yeah, still 5 over and 3 balls to come, and they are 115, loss of 3 wickets.
Ball short, driven behind the wicketkeeper. Pacey feet of the extra covers and backward points. Settle for 2 runs, and Zoe Chan will stay on strike.
A slow ball which he just pushed to a mid-off, but the fielder couldn't cut it off, and at the same time batsman took an easy single. Lansana Lamine is bowling quite sensibly. He's mixing the pace and he's just changing the length according to the batsman, you know, where the batsmen, they are just feeling little bit uncomfortable. He's not giving them any full length to hit him long.
Wants to go big back of the bat. Goes towards the field at fine leg. They will settle for 1 to end the over. It's 190 on the board for just 3 wickets lost for Zambia. The runs have started to slow down, runs to plummet. And Zambia still with a very high score, with Asim Mohammed contributing 60 of that, while Zaki has contributed 7.
Yeah.
It is a good start for Zambia, who are desperate for first win today, as well as Sierra Leone.
I think the wicket of Assam, fallen wicket of Assam, made a big difference. Otherwise, with the pace they were scoring, for now their score would have been somewhere around 140. But anyway, it's not bad though, 119, and they have wickets in hand, and wickets in hand is always the key. So let's see how they are utilizing this situation in last 5 hours.
A big shout for a catch, but Solomon Williams wasn't close enough for the ball to stop it after a bounce. Returns it to Ooh, a single was scored off. Zoib Chan to bat now on strike. It's going to be a long day.
Just chipped towards mid wicket. Zoeb Chand, he just tried to time the ball, and it went into the air, but in a safe zone. So there was a chance for batsmen to take an easy single. Zakir Musa Patel is on strike, playing at 38. Faced 33 balls. A good cut shot, and went through the point, between point and gully fielder. There was no chance for the fielder, as he just used the pace and he threw his bat toward the ball, and there was no chance for the fielder to stop the ball. A good sensible cricket by Zakir Musa.
Adjusted himself at the right place to make contact with the ball at the right time. Found that gap, played to the gap, and now the runs are starting, the boundaries are coming back for Zambia.
Another full ball, and the both fielders, mid-wicket and long on fielder, they are confused. Nobody called for the ball, and ball just fly between two fielders and went for a 4. It could have been an easy wicket, but chance missed by Sierra Leone. Let's see how much it will cost them. Zakir Musa, 46. Now he's accelerating.
He's been made to feel comfortable, and Chan too was almost getting into his comfort zone. Chan in the first game played 47, and the second playing 22. Once he starts to click, he might even double those figures today. And there are still a lot of overs, still many wickets to protect, and there's enough time for the Zambian batters to start to hit big.
It's a good ball. They are appealing for everything. But umpire is not interested. There's a huge gap between bat and ball, as we can see.
That was that big 4.
Oh, yeah.
Solomon Williams and Lazana Lame, both fielders at the deep. None called for the ball and none made a movement, as each expected the other to be the one to go after that ball. And they could just watch as that ball went to the boundary late.
It was a good slower ball. Batsman couldn't time it well, and the fielder totally misjudged it, went ahead and rushed back, and in the process, he totally made a mess of the catch. Could have been an easy catch, and catches win matches. So with this 6, Zakir Musa, 50, 52 at 37 balls. A super innings.
An attempt for a one-hand catch by Yegbe Jallo. Sees that ball. He helps hit the ball to the boundary, and helping Zakir Musa get into the very short list of batters to have crossed the 50 runs mark in this tournament. And Zaki Musa is on tie on third highest individual score of the tournament with Sierra Leone's very own John Bangura. Sierra Leone really need to actually stop letting the balls go to the boundary and tidy up with their catches. Dropped 4 catches so far since taking out the first batter, Mandney, in the first 3 overs.
And the last over went for 16, which is 10 runs, was, I must say, was easy catches, and which they really messed up. One, they didn't even call for it, and the other one is totally misjudged, and a 4 he converted into 6.
Lazana Lameo, the captain, will come again from the city gate end. The runs have been increasing since he dropped the ball, and he's picked the ball again to try and keep it cupped. 135, still 3 lost after 16 overs. We start the 17th over with Lazana Lamin. Zoib Chan plays it to the deep. The square leg was there. And Zoib Chan goes off strike for Zaki Patel to come on strike.
I think right now, Zambia, they are really batting sensibly. Zoeb Chand is not taking any chances, and he's giving singles and giving chance to his well-settled batsman who's really dominating the inning right now and scoring big runs. Oh, on the legs, and little flick went our head of the short fine leg fielder for a 6. That's what happens when you bowl wrong balls to well-settled batsmen. He's watching the ball like a football right now, and he can hit any ball, I bet you.
2 this tournament, 58 and 60, and both belong to the batters of Zambia, with Asim Mohammed posting 60 and Zaki Patel posting 58. The rest that follows are Hamza Khan on 54 and John Bangura on 52. Zambia really have been a competitive side since the beginning, putting up a fight at every single chance they get.
He just played one-handed.
Abbas Blah was on third man, stopping that cut. Cut was out, played beyond the reach of John Bangura, the wicket keeper. Azana Lamil has a lot of work to do. He has finally tasted the boundary in his over himself.
Lamin bowled a very good wide yorker, but Zakir Musa, he just made use of his space and played between gully and keeper and took an easy single.
Comes through. Is he going to get punished? Yes, it is. What is the call by the umpire? The umpire says it's 4. 1 bounce to the boundary.
It's a full toss ball. Full invitation to the batsman, come and hit. And he didn't miss that. And especially when the 17th hour in process and 7 wickets in hand, I think they won't hold themselves up and they will go for any bad ball and turn into any boundary or 6. I think that's the right time to do so.
I hope Sierra Leone does remember that Zambia have very efficient bowlers. Comes full again, but this time the ball was pounded hard, but doesn't beat the fielder long off. So if Chad goes on strike, Zaki Mohammed comes on strike with a chance to equal the high runs, the highest score of his teammate Azim Patel. Currently on 59 of 39. A very good inning for the batting pair.
Lazin Alamin adjusting his fielders. He's trying to bowl full. Probably he's trying to bowl Yorker lengths, but he bowled 2 full tosses. Another full toss. Wide long off. That's where he played.
A
And
new
went for
individual
the easy
tournament best for Zaki Patel. 61 of 40 balls faced. That is what you're looking for. Zambia with a very good comeback after losing the previous 2 matches. Comes through. Wasn't really sent to the boundary. That is the 4 there. That was the initial 4. A bounce and out. And here's the end of the 17th over. 115 on the board. 150 on the board for just 3 wickets lost.
I think on YouTube is coming now.
Yeah. Well, it's not on NCS YouTube.
Okay.
There's catch box.
Catch box.
Yes, I'll send links.
You will send me the link.
Shenoba this time comes from the House of the Rock end. Score is actually quite high. The second highest score in this tournament. Sierra Leone posting the highest chase for 141 against Nigeria.
Shenoba is one of the most economical bowler in this inning so far. Is in his third and just given away 3 runs. Bowling so good so far, hitting the right length.
On one knee, plays it to the fielder, long on. One more run for Zambia. Not under any pressure right now. They have a very big score, defendable at that, against the Sierra Leone side that has not really been tidy. Going all out in the first game for 47. A very good comeback against Nigeria, but remains to see it. But take the pressure off the parties. They really need to end this game with these runs staying almost as low as this. Anything above 160, it is going to be a lot of pressure for anyone coming into bat.
A good ball, a good ball. Bit short of good length, but it was quick and just past the off stump. And there was no chance for batsman to hit. Although the batsman, he tried his best. And the way he's batting at 61, I think this time he will go for every ball with just 15 balls to end the inning.
Shuffles out, makes contact with the ball. There was a loud yell for a catch. Ball long on Yebo. Yegbe Jalo was too deep to meet with that ball. A bounce to him. And Zaki Patel goes off strike with a run off that ball. Zoib Chand, in double figures already, is now on strike.
Another good ball by Shenoba. He's hitting the right lengths, and that's the key. And he's almost ending up his third over and just given away 5 runs. Could you imagine that? Can you imagine that in a match where a team already scored 152 runs, loss of 3 wickets in 18th over, and a bowler just given away 5 runs? So I think the other bowlers must follow his footsteps.
Tries to scoop that ball, wasn't successful, but there was contact with the batter's feet. A ball bruising off his thighs, but they take a run off of it and end the 18th over on a high. It's 153 on the board for just 3 wickets lost into the final 2 overs of this game. It is going to be high packed as we look to see a lot of swings, big shots being offered in the air, and a lot of boundaries might soon follow afterwards.
Peter, I would like to comment on the first match actually. You know, the way Nigerian bowlers, they defended a low total of 120 against a good team, Rwanda. Don't you think that Sierra Leone bowlers, they would have followed their footstep and bowled the same length as Nigerian bowler did to just restrict the Zambia on low score? Don't you think that would be a better idea?
The lack of competition for Sierra Leone is starting to tell on them. They haven't played cricket in over a year. Last time coming here for the African World Cup qualifiers. Since then, they haven't really had a national competition domestically except. And now Zoe Chant with a quick pick, picks it over the fielder at points, races all the way to the boundary for another 4. I told you they shouldn't let Chant get comfortable in his comfort zone. He knows how to find the boundary.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad ball, I would say, but it's a good shot. And now they took a deep point. Oh, they move him towards the covers. Captain Lamine, he just observed that there are only 3 fielders inside the circle, and on time he stopped his bowler, otherwise would have given away a no ball. So a timely call. Another good ball by Abbas Bala. He's trying to bowl Yorker length, and I think that's the best ball to bowl in death hours. But he has to be very careful. Any hour pitch will go for big, as one ball already gone over the boundary for a 4. A very fast ball, I think, of this hour. They are changing the field after every ball as they have right and left combination. And I think that's where they are facing the problem. The bowler, the fielder, and captain himself, you know, he has to change the field after every single run as the batsman changes right to left or left to right.
Until this very match, we've seen a lot of changes to the batting order of Zambia with Asim Ahmed coming in. Asim Ahmed, who was yet to score a run up until today, posted a personal best of 60. And Jackie Patel, who hadn't gotten to the 20-run mark in any of the matches, currently is on 62. That is the reason for coming into bar when I asked Javid Patel. He said they want to put something huge on the board. And they're doing just that. Plays to the gap. Deep mid-wicket, racing in time to stop that ball from racing anywhere near the boundaries. So Richard comes on strike as they all settle for 1 run.
Zakir Musa, he has been on the crease for long, looked bit tired as he missed a ball to hit the last ball, and even this ball he couldn't time it well, but still able to took 1 run.
Zaki Patel coming in early after the first follow wicket that fell, the wicket of Madney in the 4th over. And he's been there ever since, up until now, the 18.4th over. Certainly he has been tired, but he's not had too many runs, too many reasons to run in between the sticks, as he's always gone as high as he could for boundaries. Tries to find the boundary. Is there a catch there by the captain himself, Lazin Amal? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Lazana Lamine.
He's not going to drop this dolly. And after playing a very good inning for his team, Zakir Musa Patel, he's going back towards the pavilion, trying to hit a ball over long off, but miscued it and ended up in the hands of short third man fielder, captain himself, Alamin, and an easy catch, which is not going to drop. Overall, it's a good inning.
I asked that by the new batter in. Chenoba, the ball giving the man to keep this runs at this level. With a big start by Chant. I said she didn't get comfortable. He's been made to get comfortable. 4 more runs to that ball.
Chinora has been bowling very well, and he just bowled a shot, and batsman is not going to miss that chance, as there was no fielder at mid-wicket, and just he pulled smartly and got a 4. Now Chinora is sending a fielder deep mid-wicket. Another full ball. He miscued it, was trying to play again at mid-wickets area, swung hard but took inner edge and the ball went to the square leg fielder. Meanwhile, the batsman, they ran for one run. Ayaz Dadabai, the new batsman, came in, right-handed batsman, is facing his first ball. Chenera still making changes in his field.
Looks for the maximum. Yes, he gets it. Maximum of the first ball. Every incoming batter for the Zambian side has been dominating, getting boundaries. Every single batter that's coming, except for maddening, every single batter for Zambia has made sure they find the boundary.
I'm really surprised the way the guy hit the ball, you know. Ayaz Dadabai, he hit it very well. It wasn't a bad ball though. It was bit short on good length. He went on back foot and swung his bat hard, and there was no chance for the fielder to stop the ball, and a good hit. Zambia 171, loss of 4 wicket, 19.3 over, 3 balls to go.
A very close stop at the boundary ropes. Zambia decided to go for 2 runs, but an attempt run out by John Bangora, the wicketkeeper. Umpire says no, batter was in his crease in time, and that adds 2 more runs to the board for Zambia. 173 still for 4 wickets lost.
Another good hit. Another good hit by Ayaz. It seems very good player of the back foot. 3 very good balls. He hit them and tried to convert into the boundaries, but he only got 1 6 and 2 doubles. So in 3 balls, he already scored 10 runs. Very quick running between the wicket. Ayaz, he want to face all the balls, and with this, umpire just giving signal that is end of the inning. And Ayaz, he scored quick 12 runs on last 4 ball, although he just hit 1 6, but he ran for 3 doubles, and which took him to 12 on last 4 balls. Zoeb Chand not out on 25, faced 18 ball, contributed well.
Yeah, with Zambia going level with the highest team total in this tournament, having 177 as well. It's time to name out the best performing players with Asim Mohammed. First of all, going into the 60-run mark of 60 or 40 balls, is Akim Mohammed putting 63 or 45 before going out. Zoeb Chand on 25, Ayaz Dadabai put up 12, coming in last at the last wicket. The best bowling performances, Solomon Williams picking up a wicket, Mohamed Toure 2 wickets, Abbas Blai a wicket also for himself as the captain, Lassana Lamil, Cheno Oba and Raymond Koka couldn't add to the wickets, as well as Abubakar Kamara. End of the first inning, 177 for 4. Sierra Leone, we need 178. After chasing 177 yesterday against Nigeria, they will end up chasing another 177. They will need 178 on the board today against Zambia. For now, it is the end of the first inning. We'll see you at the start of the second inning. Thank you very much, Amir, for sharing this scrum box with me.
Thank you very much, Peter, for calling me in. And it was a good inning so far to watch. Let's see how Sierra Leone will respond to this. Thank you very much once again, and have a good day.
It is the start of the second inning. The second innings are about to start. And if you're just joining us, Zambia won the toss and elected to bat first, putting up a staggering 178, 177 on the board, losing just 4 wickets. And now they've sent Sierra Leone for the second time to chase this similar score, 177, needing 178 to win. John Bangura is the man in. At non-strike with Yegbe Jalo, the man on strike. Ibrahim Parker has been dropped down the batting order. First ball starts the chase off with a very magnificent boundary over the field that covers. Shot ball punished. Cuts it high over the entire field. Not a good start for Zoe Pendy, but a very comfortable start. A promising start for Sierra Leone. Tweak to the batting order, and Nyegbe Jalo, opening batter, starts off with a very important boundary for Sierra Leone. Mind you, yesterday Sierra Leone had faced off against Nigeria. Nigeria put in the similar score of 177, with Sierra Leone only able to respond with 141. It's the back end of the bat. A bounce to the wicket keeper, a dot ball of the second. Very good comeback by Zoe Pendy. Every dot ball is a pressure. This is the T20I and not the IPL. Huge scores like this are not that easy to chase. Flicks it to square leg, a very quick pickup. Misses the stumps, but doesn't go too far. As Musonda was at the right place at the right time as a backup behind the stumps. Jangura, the man who didn't spend up to 24 hours in second place of most runs scored, is now on strike. Decks the ball hard on the ground. John Bangura didn't punish it. Just one run. Yegbe Jalo with a good start is back on strike. Ball short again. A late reaction from Yegbe Jalo. Wasn't punished. A run. Needs to go full. Needs to find the right length. John Bangura on strike now. Shuffles out, misses the ball as the ball travels outside of his reach. Seven runs off the first over. Still needing 171 of 140 balls. Current run rate is at 7, and the required run rate might be too early, but it currently sits at the 100 and currently sits at 9. As Lambata starting the second over, Lambata bowls wide of the first ball. Jung Yegbejalu on strike. Goes outside of off. Wrong shot played by Yegbejalu. Two wides now, two wides, both coming from Aslan Bata's over. One good ball so far, three balls good, three balls both two-way, leg out delivery, two-way bad balls, and only one leg out delivery so far. An aid to the run chase by Sierra Leone. Balls full, comes full. No shot offered, but definitely the bat was placed in front of the ball. As Sierra Leone still a quick single. John Bangura comes on strike. Comes attacking the stumps. Quick hands of John Bangura. About flicks the ball towards the leg side. Even despite the loud appeal, there was certainly contact between bat and ball. Quick single. John Jalo Yegbe comes on strike. You will be punished. So Ipendi escaped punishment for short balls in the first over. Aslan Bata not so lucky. Comes short in Yegwejalo's space, and he does what any batter with the bat will do, and that is played above the fielders in the inner ring. A good length. Looks for it directly, narrowly missing on the stumps. That good length, quick run attempt. Aslan Bata looking at the non-striker's end, seeing that Jagbe Jalo had not got in there. Decides to go for the stumps. Missed. Gave him another chance to take a quick single, as there was no other infielder close to that stumps to back it up. Very nice attempt. Narrowly missing out on that. Two byes, two leg byes. One more ball to end the second over. Comes. Good length. 1 run. Will it take two? No chance for that. 18 runs. Ends the second over. Sierra Leone meeting the required strike rate of 9. per over since the required run rate dropped down to 8.89, still at a rounded figure of 9. They will need to pick it up, find those boundaries. Anything less, and you see the run rate skyrocket. 18 for no wickets lost so far in 2 overs. Local we have Temitope Onikoyi, as well as Abi Benesi, 2 of the officials for this tournament, and Ricky Tete, part of those who have been put in charge in making sure that this organized tournament is at its maximum best and gives you all the thrills you deserve. A big applause to them, a big applause to the sponsors as well, Dapperbet, Sportbox, Fireflies, as well as Dreamcatchers would make sure this game has been brought to the general audience regardless of wherever your location is, my correction. Really thankful for the opportunity to be in the scums box. Amir was here earlier on in the first innings to give us more analysis and a different perspective on the ball-to-ball color scene. Yegbe Jalo was in a little bit of discomfort, seems to be back on his feet, and now play can resume. Yegbe Jalo was looking to steal a quick single. Zoe Pendy was on the ground in time to pick up that ball. A field had been set in place. Should in case Yegbe Jalo tried to explore that cut region. As a square, a point fielder, a backward point, as well as a goalie, had been fixed for the young batter. Swings miss. There was contact, but certainly wasn't with the bat. Sierra Leone will not mind as they take a single. First run in this over. Yegbe Jalo back on strike almost as soon as he left. 2 consecutive runs, having initially dotted 2 balls. The run rate has plummeted. So Pendy, final ball of the third over. 2 runs given out so far. Very good start. Comes forward the stumps. Ball punched down straight. Settle for 1. Taking the total currently for Sierra Leone to 21. Still for no wicket loss after 3 overs, but plenty of runs need to be scored. As the strike rate has come down to 7, and the required being at 9.84. Played on the back foot. Good start for young Bangura. No wicket slot so far. That is one positive to pick for Sierra Leone. But they will need more than just that. They will need to start finding the boundaries, especially in this power play overs. A little bit of stretch there from Aslan Baltia to make with that slow ball. Dadabai, what a very good fielding attempt, fielding boundary stop. Slides his way to the ball, stops that ball from getting all the way to the boundary. Even though Sierra Leone desperately need all of that, they certainly do need one. They've not really found the boundary since getting the boundary off the first ball in the beginning of the inning. No boundary has sprouted since then. Plays back end of the bat, makes contact, and they will settle for 1 run. Sierra Leone are starting to really struggle. Getting 5 runs in this over so far, 3 in the previous. The less runs, the higher the required runway. Decides to go for a scoop. Unsuccessful. And that attempt, that adventurous move, sees John Bangura's adventure end very quickly. Too much of an adventurous technique. Tries to scoop the ball beyond the infielders. Wasn't successful. And the ball ends in the hand of the informed Jackie Patel. 1 wicket down in the power play. It's still 26 on the board at the end of 4 overs. What a fantastic way to end. Really didn't have the bat behind the ball hitting, going into the middle of the bat. And that was the result of it. A wicket from the fielder, courtesy of the fielder at fine leg. Ibrahim Paka will come in. With the highest individual score in the tournament, 68 runs of 68 balls. Javid Patel, the new bowler. Wide time off break. Too much break into that ball. Takes it way too outside of off. And a wide was birthed. This time puts it within the off wide mark. Yegbe Jallow on strike hasn't really been able to make good contact with any of the slow balls yet. This time to the stumps, and there was very little Yegbe Jallow could do about it. Javid Patel has had the battle on his toes right now. Would look to take it outside of off again, should in case. Yes, and he does. Should go for the Storms this time. Would he? Doesn't. Just narrowly missing the hands of Javid Patel for second wicket. Ball doesn't go beyond the inner circle, but it's one run. Yegbe Jallow will breathe a sign of relief as he sends Ibrahim Paka on strike. A leg by signal by the umpire. It will count as it will count now to the team's total, and it will also bring the end of the fifth over. 29 on the board, still 1 wicket lost. Yegbe Jallow still in the crease. Ibrahim Paka yet to score a run. Loud appeal by the bowler as that ball comes in contact with the back foot of Ibrahim Paka. But certainly, the umpire says, was not threatening the stumps. But it was a draw regardless. 29 after 5 overs. plays to the gap towards Javid Patel, who didn't pick up the ball at the first try and gave Sierra Leone a chance to add one more to the board and team's total 30 of 5.2 balls, 1 wicket. So much intention behind that ball and the swing. This time, proper contact. Start walking towards the stumps. Yegwe Jalo, 2 more to the board, finds the gap. Just couldn't beat extra covers. Same region he had played a magnificent boundary to earlier on in the first ball of the inning. This time the field was set in place for him. With the extra covers doing the job he was put there to do. Aslan Bata, 2 more balls to end the over. Ball 2 shots. Couldn't reach the boundary as Dadabai was there on time. Sierra Leone, quick hit, wanted to take 2 complete hits before the bills were dislodged. And the umpire has to come and have the bills rearranged. Slow start for Sierra Leone. Yesterday started slow similarly and started to open up later on in the game, but was too late as they could not reach the target, the intended run target. And now, same slow start, this time against a team also seeking their first victory, Zambia. Ball kept low as Yegwe Jalo strikes high. No contact, over end, it's 34 on the board, 1 wicket lost. Given the end of the power play, there's been an expansion in the field. Slow ball, Javid Patel shoot in case the batter want to go high. There's deep extra covers, deep covers. Extra covers and deep covers in place, as well as the long on, long off, and the deep mid wicket. The expanded field setting and Javid Patel's tempting balls to Yegwe Jalo. You know they have something in store for the batter. On the back foot, brings it to the leg side. Dadabai having to run from long on to meet that ball at the edge of the 30-yard circle. 2 more runs. A run shot is declared by the umpire. Ibrahim Parker didn't cross his bat into the popping crease and has cost his team a very vital point, a very vital run. Comes around the ball and picks it over the field at square leg. 4 more runs on the board for Sierra Leone. Igwejalu, the man kicking the board now. John Bangura took up that mantle yesterday, posting a staggering 52 on the board. Team didn't win eventually, and he was disappointed. But today, he had to go out after trying to be adventurous. And now, Igwejalu is the man to keep that run, that ball ticking. 36 on the board for just 1 wicket lost after 7 overs. Comes to full, didn't do that properly. Ibrahim Baga, start ball failed to beat the fielder, fine leg, and they will settle for 1 more run on the board. Slow start almost at the midway point of this game. There are still plenty more runs on the board for Sierra Leone to chase. So if Chad doing numbers with the bat, has come to do numbers with the ball. 1 wicket lost so far by Sierra Leone, who are under pressure. With an intention to go big, the late turn from that ball resulted in a late decision, and a forward defensive stroke was offered. Goes big, he tries that, didn't accomplish it, but plays it out of the reach of any fielder, as Chad had to do the running himself to get to that ball. 1 more run, no major boundaries. Lack of quick decisions. Ibrahim Baka was on the striking end, did not abide to the call that Yegbe Jallo had called earlier. He only had to run because Yegbe Jallo was already halfway. He didn't think he was running to the danger end. And the first direct hit that the umpire gives out, Ibrahim Baka goes back to the stands. 2 partnership broken. And this time you hold Yegbe Jallo responsible. Balo on strike, given the result of the run out was at the non-striker's end. Successfully goes big, goes outside of the boundary. That catch attempt, a one-handed catch attempt, proved ineffective as Aslan Batsa could only accompany that ball and needed to get to the boundary faster for effects maximum in this inning for Sierra Leone. Waited patiently for that ball. One hand behind the ball. Raymond Coker is the new batter at the non-striker's end, pairing with Yegbe Jallo. The field set up for Yagbe Jallo. It's a very good one. End of the 8th over. It's 49 on the board after 8 overs for 2 wickets lost. Puts it outside of off. A big stretch from Yegbe Jallo to come in contact with that ball. Didn't hit it far. Goes on strike from Kuka on strike. Big wicket. Raymond Kuka out almost as soon as he's coming. He did not even have time to settle. Twice that ball turned, once out the hands of the bowler, and the second immediately after pitching. Late reaction from Raymond Kuka. And another wicket. Wickets are starting to drop. The more wickets drop, the more pressure mounts on the back of the batters. Abubakar Kamara, this time the batter coming in. Had his fair share with the ball, being one of the bowlers that got dismantled by the batting lineup of Zambia. 3 wickets so far, a catch at the final leg region, a run out due to a hesitation. We saw Ibrahim Baka have to go out very quickly. 3 partnerships broken now for Igwe Baka Kamara, the new batter in. Narrow chance there for a wicket into the middle order, who seem to be struggling. The extra cover has been brought back into covers. Goes to play on the back foot. Goes late, swings late, misses. Ball in the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Game's going really nice. Zambia looking to pick up their first win. So much pressure on that Sierra Leone. Wasn't a direct hit from the ball as the ball ricocheted off the pads of the wicket keeper into the stumps. The 9th over ends with the wickets in it. It's 50 on the board for just 3 wickets taken. Less pressure on Zambia. Everything now on the shoulders of Yegbejalu and Abubakar Kamara. As long as this wicket stands, Sierra Leone might have a chance. Chan, second over. Takes it out of the storm, waits patiently for that turn. Yegbejalu, the bowler, wanted to steal a single, but he needs to accommodate Kamara Abubakar, who isn't that fast or that quick with his feet. Keeps him on strike. So he tried bowled 1 over so far, coming for a second. Keeps it on the wicket. A big swing by Kamara. That ball goes nowhere. Said it earlier that the chance to win, any chance that Sierra Leone wants to have to win, rests on the shoulders of Igwe and Abubakar Kamara, with Abubakar getting himself a maximum 6 more runs for Igwe Kamara. Late swing. The ball ends in the glove of wicketkeeper, who wasted no times in dislodging the bills. Steps back. Huge stop by Yamba Musonda. Crawls onto, he had held on to that ball tight. And there is that maximum again on the screen. All the way into the blackboard. There is a gap, and Yegwe Jalu finds it just wasn't enough power to send the ball all the way to the boundary, and they will settle for 2. 2 more runs on the board to end the 10th over. We are halfway into this game, and it's time for the water break. 60 runs on the board, 3 wickets lost. Sierra Leone still needing a lot of runs, needing 118 of the next 60 balls. It is going to be a very long chase. Remains to see if Sierra Leone has what it takes and the manpower to wrap up this chase. Play resumes after the water break. And who picks up the ball is Javid Patel, 1 wicket in his last 3 overs. Comes for his final bowling spell in this inning. Big applause, big applause. Wonderful catch. Racing all the way as far out as the long on region. Big pull from Abubakar Kamara trying to find the boundary. The field setting of Javid Patel sees a wicket and none other to take it than Dadabai Ayaz. But at what cost? A little bruise, but it would not hurt as much as the celebration of this very important wicket. Sorry, is that a 12th man replacement? Okay, I saw this person adjusting. The captain is in. About the new man in. Makes hard contact with that ball. A quick single on the board for the team. Yegbe Jalo not in the mood for any big hits right now. A wicket just dropped. He has to pick up his rhythm all over again. "41 for Yegbe Jalo, 62 is the team's total to end the 11th over for 4 wickets lost. No chance for Asim Mohammed to breathe. After a fantastic batting over, he's being given the ball. Starts off bowling. Jalo goes off strike. Abbas Blah bowls to the leg side. Benton Chama with a good pick. Benton sweeps hard to the leg. A little confusion from the fielder. Successfully picks it up. Benson Chama had to come in for the injured. Ayaza that by who picked up an injury while taking that awesome catch at the deep. Outside of off. Plays hard, plays down. Too long on. Rushes in. Elizabeth's hesitation in returning the ball. The ball returns anyways. Just one run. Huge dive from Javid Patel. Almost had that ball. Almost got another wicket. He's got 2 wickets already. Could have made it a third. And could have compensated for his teammate Asim Mohamed, who after a very wonderful and fantastic batting inning would definitely need to add one more wicket to commemorate something so beautiful and fantastic. Abbas Blah, big man, moving fast. Yegwe Jalu still on strike. 45 for the young chap. One run complete. And that brings the end to the 12th over. 72 on the board for 4 wickets lost. Hey, look at that chance for a catch again. Big dive. Couldn't wrap his arms around the ball in time as that ball dropped. Made contact with the grass and couldn't be counted as a catch. Salman Chetty, the new bowler, bowling his first over of the inning. The man with the #1 jersey. Picks it up to the leg side. The mid wicket was there. Musonda Yamba Yamba. They'll need to be careful there. No unnecessary runs. I understand the desperation, but any more wickets dropping, we just add to that. Abbas Blah wasn't patient enough to wait and see if that ball was going to be Javid Patel. Luckily, didn't go too far and was able to retract in time before that direct hit at the stumps. Beats backward point. Final leg at third man had to race after that ball. 2 runs for Sierra Leone, Yagbejalu. Currently on 49. We've had 4 batters so far in this tournament go beyond the 50 mark, with 2 coming from Zambia, one batter being from Rwanda, and John Bakura of Sierra Leone. Yagbejalu will enter that figures, will he? Yes, he does. 5 batters so far in the 50-run mark. It's the second time a Sierra Leone batter in this tournament will get into 50. Yagbejalu raises his bat to acknowledge that feat. A feat which John Bangura wasn't interested in, given the pressure so much yesterday. 50 runs for Yagbejalu, a personal milestone, a personal best in international cricket for Yagbejalu, 50 runs. Remains to see and hope if this, not too many overs left. Right now, less than 100 runs to chase, 99 needed of the next 7 overs. Towards the square leg, 1 more run for Yagbejalu. Swift hands of Baidu, the man behind the stumps today. No stump so far. There's been 1 stumped. That happened in the match between Rwanda and Zambia. Played on the back foot, plays to the gap. Does it reach the boundary? No, it doesn't. Fielder was in place for that. And they will settle for 2. Abbas Blah remains on strike. Very fantastic stop. Madney, who opened the batting, has been very active on the field. Didn't contribute much with the bat, but his contributions have been very, very top in making sure to restrict the runs of Sierra Leone. At this point, the pressure is already on Abbas Blah. He wants to go big. Flick of the wrist, and he goes over the bowler. 1 run will do. Madney will soon cover every inch of blade on the grass today. He's been running around, making sure to pick the balls, loose balls, and reducing the runs between wickets. Pulls it hard to the leg side, into the deep, plays it between the gap. 4 runs, 4 much needed runs for Abbas Blah. Has tried to find that gap on the offside several occasions, but the quick legs of Madney at the long off prevented that on multiple occasions. Finally found his stronghold and found that much needed boundary on the onside. 4 more runs to the board to end the 14th over. It's 87 for 4 wickets lost. Comes very full and attacked properly by Basbla on the back foot. Flicks towards the leg. They will settle for a run. Grassy stays on strike after successfully running twice. Put a hand behind that ball. Chetty had his hand behind it, slowed down the ball as that ball was going back straight towards the boundary. And as usual, Madney, the man with the fast legs, he certainly covered every inch of grass on this field today. Puts it wide. And they will run off it as the keeper couldn't hold on to that ball, couldn't stop it from traveling. And that is one more run, plus a wide for Sierra Leone. Finding the gap, Abasbla goes on one knee, sweeps that ball into the gap, in the deep, and adds 4 more runs to the board for Sierra Leone. Same direction, but Benton Chama was there and was prepared. Stays on strike. Takes it way too out of off into the wide region. Umpire signals a wide. One more run. Basbla seems to have settled in. Cheeky smile on the face of the batter. Any ball that comes, he certainly will hit. And hit he has. But does that ball go to the boundary? No, it doesn't. Madney preventing 2 runs. Very quick and very fast pace footer. They didn't have that chance to run too much between the wickets in the first inning. But he's made up for that in the second inning, covering every blade, every inch of grass on the boundary. Musonda Yaba with a sloppy fielding. Chased the ball, chased it well. But at the end of the day, very little he could do. Could have done better in stopping that ball. It races all the way to the boundary. Yegwe Jalu climbs up the ranks, posting the 3rd best individual score in this tournament. Currently on 59 or 49 balls faced. And it's the end of the 50th over. 104 on the board with a loss of 4. 74 will be needed in the last 5 overs of this game. A huge task for Sierra Leone. Flicks it to the leg, but Jackie Musa was there. Jackie Musa was taking a very fantastic catch at that short fine leg region where John Bangura tried to scoop a ball unsuccessfully into his hands. Scooped it backward, edge of the bat, beyond the reach of the wicketkeeper. Benson Chama chases, and chases in vain he does. That ball successfully travels all the way to the boundary. 4 runs added on the board for Yegwe Chalu. Very full length. Yegwe Chalu tied up for the best individual score. Is 1 run away from getting into that landmark. Big apologies to Yegwe Chalu in an attempt to complete a run, and in an attempt to run him out, Boat struck him on the back. Look at that edge again. Benson Chama giving a very fast chase, but just couldn't do anything but accompany that ball. Blau on strike. Igbejalu, 1 more to the team. Full ball sends all the way outside of the big ring. Maximum is declared by the umpire, so Ipendi is being punished for not giving that ball a bounce. Abasba, since coming in, has made the crazies home. Yegbejalu currently with the best individual score in the tournament. Goes big again. This time, does he find the boundary? Yes, he does. A 6 and a 4 in quick succession, with the 4 ending the over. It's 120 on the board for 4 wickets lost after 16 overs. 4 more overs to go, and 58 will be needed on the next 24 balls. The current strike rate is 7.5450, with the required being 14.50. Start of the 17th over. This time around, Asim Mohammed comes from the house of the rock end. Igbejalu on strike. A match very much needed, a win very much needed by both teams right now. Sierra Leone want to kickstart their win. Zambia also, having both lost their opening two fixtures, decides to go big. Does he find it? Yes, he does. 6 is the signal by the umpire. Abasba finding solace in that. Yegbe Jalu looks to have built his partnership, a match made in heaven with Abasbla. It now remains to see if that will be enough to get the team the much needed victory against this Zambia side. Advances, sweeps the ball, and completely gets into the boundary. 4 more runs for Sierra Leone. Abasbla on hot form right now. We could see another batter gets into the 50-run mark. Thirteen runs of the required 15 per over so far. Over the fielders in the inner cycle, finds the boundary again. 17 runs so far in Asim Mohamed's over. He is in shock. The runs dropping right now for the one needed of the next 19 balls. Final ball of the over. 46 in 22 for Abasbla. 65 or 53 for Yegbe Jalo. Advances. They didn't make the right enough contact. And the sharp hands and quick legs of Abasbla wasn't allowed to go for a second. End of the 17th over, 138 of the ball on the board for 4 wickets lost. Required run rate is dropped below 14 this time around, as they'll be needing just 40 of the next 18 balls. Soy Pendi coming from the city again. Yo Kabo. Swift Abasbla off balance. There was no fielder close by as Yegbe Jalo beckoned to let us take a run, which they successfully complete. The ball takes. Sierra Leone have this game as hand as long as this partnership stays. Tries to go big. Does he find it? No, he doesn't. Couldn't even play beyond the inner ring. As Asim Mohamed was there at short mid-wicket. Big swing from a bat. It's come on strike now for the 8 of 25 balls. This match has been both entertaining and thrilling. So 2 batters for Zambia. White ball, says the umpire. We saw 2 batters for Zambia go beyond the 50-run mark, crossing the 60-run mark, putting them in the top 3. And now Yigbe Jallo climbs above both of them, going into 66 and still batting hard. Big connection between bat and ball. Chatney chases. Still couldn't prevent the 2 runs from being completed. Abbas Blah stays on strike. Abbas Blah, 50 runs. Thrilling match. 4 batters crossing the 50-run mark today. Leg by. Earlier on in the first inning, Amir had said, Sri Leone appeal for everything. Zambia seems to have that trait in them, as every contact with the pad has led to look at the umpire for that finger. Would you want to risk it? Abbas says no. End of the 18th over is 144 for 4 wickets. 2 more overs to go in this inning. Very thrilling match. Zambia producing thrilling matches. Nigeria on the edge, posting a very good score against Rwanda. And now Sri Leone, who up until today have really struggled, but it looks to build a batting partnership as they require 34 of the next 12 balls. This last 2 overs is a lot of tension as every ball determines the result. Every ball shapes how this game ends. Advance. Shuffles out to meet the ball. Aslan Bata, last over. Ball didn't go far. off to a good start. Now pressure seems to live in the back of Sierra Leone. And the last three innings, in the last 3 overs, seems to have returned as 2 dots. Plays big, doesn't find it as the ball goes up in the air in the inner circle, not a catch, and they all settle for 1. 33 will be needed of the next 9 balls. 22 runs per over is what is required. Plays beyond the reach of the wicketkeeper, edges it out, and bad sloppy fielding. Attack deep on the 3rd man region. Another boundary. Boundary that could have been prevented. And now Sierra Leone boasts of another run, 4 more runs to the board. 70 runs for Yegbe Jallo. Just goes on the top edge of the bat. Jackie Patel did better with the bat. Couldn't replicate that right now. Go cut out. Now he's put the team on the edge. 29 needed. 28 needed of the next 7 balls. Required run rate is sitting at 24. Last ball. Plays on the back foot. Good pick and good Sonda Yamba Yamba. Final over of this inning. Ayaz Dadabai feeling better and is back on. Benson Chapman has gone back. Who was the 12th man replacement? Now he's gone back to sit and let Ayaz by. Ayaz Dadabai, who reached the personal peak yesterday, picking up 200 T20 wickets. Inquiry from the team if he is fit to bowl. Remains to see his response. The ball has been entrusted in the hands of Salma. Salman, the man giving the ball, game like the 2019 ODI World Cup. Salman is the archer for the team. Can he help this team secure that much needed victory? Quick changes in the field setting. A deep covers, long on, long off. A deep mid wicket and a deep square. They know Blah will go big. Balls in the opposite direction of the field. And the wide ball sees the ball travel all the way for a four. That's 5 more runs. 5 less runs to worry about for Sierra Leone. 22 runs will be needed. Still off 6 balls. Big pressure. Nerves are starting to get loose. The field has been set up for Salman Chetty. And all he just needs to do is bowl to it. Blah is hit big. And he'll want to continue that. Field has been expanded. Really struggled to beat Madney at that long off. They've not really successfully cleared that place. 404, only finding maximums at that region. He's been very active and very quick with pickups. 2 runs off of that, 20 more runs needed. Goes big, does he find the boundary? No, he doesn't. And there we settle for 1. Channel on strike. 4 more balls, 19 runs needed. Ooh, so much tension right now. The Zambian bench up on their toes. So much tension between both teams. Misses contact. 19 of the next 3 balls. Will Yegwe Jalo find 3 maximums and drag this into a super over? Or it doesn't find a maximum, but will they find 2? Yes, they do. 2 more balls to go. 17 runs needed to win. Almost impossible with an adjustment to the field. There is no way any white balls are going to the boundary. Zambia player smiling. Smile already on Chetty's face. Picks up the leg stump. Yagwa Jalo goes out for 72. No more chance of winning this game. The captain just has to come back in and play off the line, reducing the negative net run rate for Sierra Leone. Battled hard, but very, very hard. Chase this game. Left his entire wicket exposed and all gave Chetty enough time to readjust his arm and pin that ball on the leg stump. Abasbla bigs it. Do not matter now. Same way it did not matter that of John Bangoras yesterday. Massive contribution from Abbas Blah and Yegbe Jalo, but wasn't enough to secure the victory for the side. Shuffles out. That is the last ball. And Zambia can celebrate a very first victory in the T20 West African Trophy. A very, very much needed victory since coming back, since being reinstated into associate cricket. And they got that victory against Sierra Leone. No loves lost. It is a gentleman's game. But Zambia will have the biggest smile, running you through the best performing players on the scorecard. It is Yegbe Jalo with the biggest score, posting 72 of 60 for Sierra Leone, with Abbas Blah posting 75. No other batter for Sierra Leone was able to get into double figures. For Zambia, it was Madney, who went opening with Asim Mohammed. Madney got off for 4 runs, but Asim Mohammed posted 60. Zaki Patel 63 for the team as Zoib Chan came in and posted 25, not out. On the bowling scorecard, and the first inning, Solomon Williams picking up a wicket, Abbas Blah a wicket, Mohamed Churi 2 wickets, Chenoba, Solomon Williams, Lassana Lamin, and Raymond Koka, as well as Abubakar Kamara failed to pick up a wicket. And going into the second inning, Javid Patel, the captain himself, picking 2 wickets after 4 overs completed. Aslan Bata a wicket, Salam Chetty taking out the wickets of Yegbe Jalu, Soip Pendi, Zoib Chan, and Asim Mohammed. They didn't pick up a wicket, but it won't matter as Zambia win the game by 15 runs. It's the final match of match day 3, the game between Zambia and Sierra Leone. Zambia coming up on top after winning the toss and electing to bat first, beating Sierra Leone by 15 runs. Let's speak to the captain of Sierra Leone, Lazana Lamine. Please step forward. A very wonderful fight from your batters. The first inning seemed lost, and when you came back in the second inning after a couple of wickets falling, and then before you know, Abbas, Bla, and Yegbe, they picked it up from there, but just couldn't hold it up until the end. How does that speak of your performance as a team?
To be honest with you, the performance of my boys is very improved. You can see the batting is more improved than the bowling. So I think there is a more improvement. So I can assure you that the next game tomorrow is going to be a victory for us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lazana. And now we'll speak to the captain of Zambia, Javid Patel. Very wonderful game today. You picked up your first win after such a long time. It was very wonderful to get a win on the international scene. How does that speak about your team as a whole?
Yeah, today we'll change some top order batting lineup, and Hasim, they played very well, and Jackie second down, and Joyab, they finished very well. And bowling side, our top order bowling very well. But the credit goes to Sierra Leone team. They played very well. They give us tough time, and they are chasing almost, they are near to chase the run. Especially the batsmen, they are good batting.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Javid. And now we'll go into the Man of the Match award, and it goes to none other than the batter who played 63 or 45 balls faced, playing 4 fours and 6 sixes. The award will be presented by the General Sec of the Nigerian Cricket Federation, Sani Mohammed, and the award for Man of the Match goes to Javid Zakil Patel.
Good performance, boy.
Very wonderful performance today, building up an 87-run partnership with Asim Mohammed. How does that speak for you as an individual and as a team?
No, the 2 games were under pressure, so today we said let's play our natural game. So we played and we success the game.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Zakil. And that is it from the middle. And that is it from the middle. The third game, the second game of match day 3 ends in Zambia picking up their first victory. We'll see you here tomorrow for 2 more matches, the second round of the fixtures, the game between Sierra Leone and Nigeria, as well as Rwanda versus Zambia. Thank you very much.